Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen, and she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
Hello, sirs and madams. It's your buddy Admiral T.
Hello,
it's great
everybody.
to see
Looks
everybody
like the
out
Admiral's
there.
Still loading in.
I'm here.
Uh-oh, he turned into a circle.
Did I turn into a circle?
Anyway, can you guys hear me okay?
That he never existed.
Oh, no.
But he did exist.
That he never existed.
Hey, everybody. It looks like we got a little bit of a glitch here. So,
All right. All hail Sean, the new admiral of the fleet. Admiral on deck, sir.
oh,
The greatest trick that Admiral Teague ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist.
yeah. Yeah, he's like, I'm out of here. I'm just gonna let them run it. But I hope everyone's doing okay. It looks like people are gonna still be popping in here because we actually kind of started on time, more or less today.
Kind of, sort of.
A little bit. I mean, what's 8 minutes? But I think everyone's used to it. But I see John the Beagle Dad's out there. Kal-El is out there, and anyone else who might be lurking. Hail to everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. And we have Welshie here again today. Hi, Welshie.
Okay.
Oh,
Hey,
here he comes.
Admiral.
Here he
I'm
comes.
recognizable now. Wow, that was a weird glitch. It's like, checked my phone. I'm like, did I pay my cell phone bill?
You were stuck in the matter stream. Did one of those little worms get you like Barkley?
Exactly. It's good to see everybody. Welcome to the panel. Welcome to everybody out there.
Yeah. I just sent some greetings to people while you were gone. We were trying to fill the air.
Yeah, Kal-El, John the Beagle Dad, and more. And more. Folks are piling in. If you would, please leave a like and subscribe to Admiral Teague. While he's getting things sorted, I just wanted to let you know that he doesn't only cover Star Trek on Saturday evenings. He's got several shows throughout the week, different topics, pop culture, various things over on the Paramount Network. And he does a show with
our internet's foremost. We are the foremost experts on Dutton Ranch. Jerm and I are the foremost experts.
I hear it is quite an intense talk show.
There's
Admiral
no
Teague.
filler. It's all killer.
Sir, and I have to ask why.
What makes Dutton Ranch so good? They didn't need to reintroduce Yellowstone. They had an event that kind of wipes the slate clean for them on Yellowstone, leaving the Yellowstone show to the Yellowstone Marshal show, which drops Yellowstone from its name and turns into this weird show that Jerm and I both were like, there's no Yellowstone here. That part really weirded us out. And when they end up in Texas, what happens is within 3 episodes, like they had properly reintroduced all our characters. They hadn't changed them much. I think one character dyes her hair. That's about as much you have to deal with. Everyone stays consistent. They're doing the same thing. Then within 3 episodes, they're up to about the same amount of problems they had in Yellowstone. And it's just as interesting with the people being just as crazy. By episodes 5, 6, and 7, we're up to speed. It's full on enjoyment. And it's at this point about Landman good and maybe a little better than 1923. What would you say, Jerm?
Definitely better than 1923.
Maybe not season 1, but season 2 for sure.
Has Raylan Givens turned up yet?
Hey, I'm not sure. I don't know that actor.
That was a joke.
He is
Raylan
not.
Givens. No, is he not? Raylan Givens was a character, the main character of the series Justified, which ran for 6 years, played by Timothy Oliphant, who was sort of he made such an impression as a U.S. Marshal, and he appeared as a U.S. Marshal in a bunch of other things as well. Even in that terrible Mandalorian program, he played a marshal as well. So,
well, listen, I want to welcome everybody. We got part 2 of our Star Trek Enterprise retrospective. Wow, that's some good chart there for you. We've got part 2 of our Star Trek Enterprise retrospective. I am Admiral Teague. I've got Sean. I've got RRTNZ, aka Faith of the Heart, RRTNZ, Resolute German, JT Kirk with me. We just finished reviewing every episode of this show, and we didn't really shortcut much. Only 1 or 2 episodes got combined with other episodes, and it kind of made sense to do it here and there. But for the most part, we spent a full night on every episode. And I gotta say, 2-hour breakdowns of 45-minute episodes, we saw some subtlety and some art going on there that didn't get appreciated the first time. I think we all walked away with a lot of shocking new impressions. Things like we all jumped into the episode Detained thinking we were going to see this great episode that we remembered well. And when we saw it, we were like, oh my God, it's a disaster that they should never have filmed. I mean, it's kind of terrible. And they have to get new enemies now because they've humanized the bad guys for the 3rd straight time in this show. There was some frustration and some hair pulling definitely in season 2, where the stories are better than the fate of season 2, where they're out of order in some weird way. It would have helped to keep our team together. Shockwave isn't so great. There's all sorts of problems. By the time we hit season 3, when we do the Xindi thing, it's very different Star Trek. It opens up the question, is Vengeance Trek still Star Trek? So last week, when we realized how things were trending, we kept the show to mostly seasons 1 and 2. So we're going to keep this one to mostly seasons 3 and 4. So on behalf of the fans, let's let Welshie have the first 5 minutes. And you tell me, what's better, season 3 or season 4, and why, Welshie?
I don't even know if I can answer that question. That's very, very difficult. I love them both. Possibly, I prefer season 3 because I like what it did. I mean, as I told you last week, not a Bakula fan, but season 3 really turned me around on him. The character development he undergoes and how he changes the character, really I thought superb. A really good ending. However, I'm going to say that, season 4 kicks off with time-traveling National Socialists who look like vampire bats. I mean, they changed the course of World War II. How can you not love that? So season 4 got me right away.
What's funny about that is Sussman said that he was not thrilled with being handed that as his successor story. And so if you think about this, they had to work their way out of it without that was designed to be a season-long thing. And while they didn't despise the story, they're like, we can't go a whole year on this. It's just not enough. No. And Sherman and Braga, I think they damaged the series by jumping in and out at the end there. Season 3 and 4, we just get 2 episodes from them, if I'm correct. We get Stormfront, part 1. And we get These Are the Voyages, and everything in between is much better.
Could you say?
I'm sorry. I was going to say, just comment on Stormfront was an okay enough story, but I didn't like that they didn't get home first. I wanted the payoff. I wanted the celebration that they defeated the Xindi or the interdimensional people plans, get home, get their pats on the back, and the Stormfront should happen later in the season. I did not like that they didn't get home. I'm like, yeah, we just went through all this. They needed to resolve it.
It totally did not shift well at all. And yet you didn't see it coming, but that's not a good thing either.
No,
we wanted that, Sean. You're right. I think the audience, by and large, 90% of people would say without a doubt, I wanted them to return home and see what had happened, and we didn't get it. And
yeah, it was like being blue balled.
What we do, but it's delayed. It's delayed to the episode Home, right? Yeah. And then they address in that episode both the consequences of and they address it later, in that episode particularly, and the later one as well, Terra Prime. They really do address the long-term consequences of the Xindi attack and how life on Earth has changed.
Even right up to the end of the series. But you know what? Here's the thing. If they had put off the return to Earth for a year instead of 3 episodes, there would have been a hollowness to the Xindi celebration. We needed them to be feted as heroes. We needed Jonathan Archer's leadership to be validated. They were way too out there, and they had spent too much time, especially in season 2, calling into question their mission, their methods, why Jonathan Archer should be the captain of the ship, whether or not, we might get Captain Vasquez or some of the other captains. Who's the guy whose name we keep hearing? It eludes me now. But the Vulcans have a favorite guy they want out there. We needed the validation for them. And that stadium scene where they get cheered by everyone from Starfleet, and he makes the first vestiges of a captain's speech and thanks everybody, and shares the credit and talks of their lost crewmates. It's like he's oozing with charisma there. And if we had waited a year to do that, we got it. So I think really one of the things I have to say is the change of hands from from Berman and Braga to Sussman and Kodo. The show improves. It gets wildly experimental, but it improves. It improves.
Yeah. If we can tonight, I know we had a brief discussion on our X chat, but I thought it would be great for the show if we could go before the end of the show, if each of us could name our favorite episodes from each season. I really like that discussion.
That is a great idea. And you know what? I'll pull that up. But what I want to do before we do that is thank the fans who've come by. Out there right now, I see Chucker Martin. I see John the Beagle Dad. I see Sean and Kal-El. Hello, sirs. JT Kirk and Gavin Unit 1, as well as RJ Godzilla. RJ, great to see you. It's great to see each and every one of you. It's like so great to hang out and have our Star Trek talks on Saturdays. It's been an interesting and long road, as right now, let's face it, there's no putting off the end of Enterprise any longer. We've gotten all the way to it. Last week, we did end up going a little overtime with how it wasn't tracking to even a 3.5 hour conversation. We're talking 4 or 5. I think we could have a higher value 2.5 hour conversation 2 weeks in a row by breaking it in half. So about 40 minutes in, I realized we had to stick with seasons 1 and 2 for week 1. So I think it'll organize pretty well. All right. So here we go. We come back. We get our payoff. We get our attack. The Xindi show up with the Borg sphere, and then that ends season 2 and kicks off season 3. Some of the most amazing visual Star Trek, and maybe some of the most painful Star Trek, because I think that Connor Trinneer does a fantastic job of making you feel like his loss, and in what could have gone off in a cornball way, especially in a couple of those flashbacks, he's so good that he sells it. And just his trauma over what happened in Florida even was so good that when we see the damage, and it doesn't look quite that terrible, it doesn't hurt the storyline.
Is that because it's only Florida and Venezuela?
No, honestly, it's because when we see the Slash going through, Trip goes to an area near where he lived, and he's kind of pointing to the general area where the home would have been and what Elizabeth and would have been doing, and now mom and dad are in Sarasota Springs or wherever they've gone, and it's just sort of the amount of devastation, for what it was, I guess, okay. But the idea that somehow 20 million people or whatever it was were in that 1/4 mile wide beam, it was pretty easy to see across. You could see detail on the other. It's not like the buildings on the other side look like a teeny weeny little diorama. That wasn't like it gouged the Grand Canyon through the earth. You know what I mean? Like some of the things they said about how devastating it was and how many people we lost were a little much. Although the idea that we would have new problems at Terra Prime and have people who were really angry about what went down, that even on the scale we saw was fine. But yeah, when we see Florida, it doesn't look as messed up as we thought. I had wished that we had had more fulsome looking damage from the Zindi attack, the Zindi probe. Anybody on that one on the Expanse?
I think really all that it would have done, is maybe turned Reedy Creek into Reedy Canal, and you would have just had a lot more waterways for alligators to get into, which was just made everybody's job in Central Florida that much harder. I mean, really.
You're talking about taking out a major employer there, Disney, right?
I don't know. I didn't say anybody in particular. I just said Reedy Creek,
You know what? Yes, literate bayou, as we shall call it from here on in. It's a great place that you know what? A happy place where I've never seen alligators just swimming around Tom Sawyer Island, which is gone now. If we were ever to talk about the literate bayou, where nothing ever goes wrong, and they've never made any mistakes. No, never. And I'll tell you another thing is like, there's no shot anyone of us will ever be able to stay in that like $1 million suite, like penthouse at the Cinderella Palace, where they have that like one like luxury room. Well, that's got to be a trip. I'm not a huge Disney fan, but that must be like, I would hope they make that immersive. That is the inverse of what we heard about the Starship.
Are you going to sleep there? Because the park's open to midnight, 1 a.m. They're doing fireworks.
The fireworks are like at 11:30 to midnight. You're on vacation. You're going to wake up at 10:30 in the morning. I don't think it's a big ask. I don't know. I would like to find out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm going with it's not a good place to sleep. I wouldn't pay the cash. I just wanted to point out, Admiral Sir, that every new power source since the Industrial Revolution it is just steam, and it always has been.
You know what? That's why I can't wait to get our starship design. Jerem is working on a steam core that works on beautiful, clean coal. He's been hard at it.
Great.
Yes. You know what? Is that the Cuban flag on his spacesuit?
Ohio. It's Ohio.
It should be Cuba. I mean, they're topical right now. I want my reparations. I promise to use them to save Star Trek if I get any, Mr. President. My grandfather was so afraid of communism that he left Cuba to fight in World War II before Castro was even born. That's fear. He's like, one day an insomnia will come upon us. You know, good Spidey sense, abuelo. Way to go. But okay, let's get into this one. We start off with season 2. I'm going to pull up the episode guide, and we'll talk about how this one goes. They did a few things that shocked. Season 3 that shocked some of us. I know that season 3 of Enterprise, we had an intervention by the Vulcans who were sort of like trying to sell the unsellable idea that what we really needed to do was forget the whole thing, because even if they come back, you don't want to go into this Delphic expanse. And then they play Captain Archer. He's like, and we were joking about it at the time. He's like, we want to show you a movie. It's called Vulcan Event Horizon. And it's just like all these Vulcans screaming, and it's absolutely Event Horizon. And the green-blooded bastards.
You won't need logic.
Liberate, and all the other stuff. And they show him that, and they're like, you may not want to go after these Zindi, Captain Archer. And I'm thinking, they just threw down. We're getting casualty reports. I think they start at 7 million and then start building from there to 20.
Yeah, it keeps going up. Yeah.
Yeah, because still, like, more people are calling in. It's like, you don't understand. There was several regattas that day on the latitude line. They were sailing straight into the laser. They couldn't pull out of the way. It's like, yeah, a rowboat could have gotten out of the way of that thing, by the way. I mean, it was bad. Don't get me wrong, but I I think the worst thing it did was it got the last of the whales, because that's really the whale probe would have had someone to talk to. The Zindi, Star Trek 6 unfairly blames us. Enterprise sets the record straight. The Zindi killed the last few humpback whales.
It
What
was
do
the
you
wrong
think,
part of
R?
the ocean. They're in the Pacific. They would have been
All right.
okay.
So here's what we'll try. This should be interesting. Let's play Star Trek Enterprise Season 3 Jump Ball, okay? This is the Zindi season. Here we go. Season 3, Episode 1, the Zindi. I thought that was a superior episode where they rolled out their enemies, although I had emotional problems with it because I was very angry and hated the Zindi, but I was emotionally affected by The Expanse, which is a pretty dead on the nose allegory for 9/11, where I think it burned Star Trek. If we had to come up with 3 things that killed Star Trek, the episode The Expanse might be on the list. The theme song, people were dicks about it, but it was one step too arrogant. Maybe the episode The Expanse being too close to 9/11. Do we lose Welshie? All right, Welshie will be back. The episode The Expanse being too close to 9/11 for us to be able to really process it and buffer it. And then the Zindi arc and season 4 being so thematically different that if you tuned out because of The Expanse, which comes before like a 10-week break, it's the last episode of season 2, although it does start the season 3 chain of events. In all effects and purposes, okay, well, she's back. For all effects and purposes, The Expanse is part of season 3. We'll include it in the discussion. So let's start with The Expanse really quick. This episode shows a weapon show up out of nowhere, fire a beam, chop a swath from Florida across the entire peninsula through the Gulf of America, the Gulf of Earth. Okay, the Gulf of the United Federation of Planets, through Belize and like Ecuador or something, and it's pretty bad. It gets a couple of population centers. It's pretty arbitrary, and it's the test for the first Zindi weapon. How they deduce this, we don't know, but they do. We have some pretty serious like space politicking and some space strategizing. And the one thing I would say about The Expanse that I liked is it showed proper weight to it. And even though it was a one-on-one for 9/11, it is now 25 years later. Sean had said they were writing for the future, for which I said, that's a pretty dumb thing to do. It's the future now, okay? You know what? It worked out. There's no offense to it. It was not offensive. It stirred up very, very strong emotion, very, very, very strong emotion in me. I was angry during the episode at different times. And at different times during the season, it flared up raw 9/11 emotion in me. It took me a little while to accept that we would never let Degra rehabilitate himself. And at the end, what happened to Degra, I thought it was pretty cool. I was like, he pretty much still deserved to die, despite the fact that he felt bad about what he did. It just doesn't change the 20 million people that they got.
Yeah, I mean, there's human allegories to what Degra was with our own development of the big mushroom maker. You know, those guys weren't really proud of what they did.
I would say it goes the Zindi weapon cuts a swath from like Jacksonville-ish, mostly south, but it is pushing across the Gulf of America and hits like Belize, what is it, like Ecuador or something, like southwest. I might have my countries wrong. We're not talking Honduras here, but like maybe Colombia. It hits the western edge of the far western edge of the Gulf of America and goes a little further. I don't think it cuts all the way across. It cuts across, is it the Yucatan Peninsula, perhaps? Whatever it might be, it cuts across.
Goes into Venezuela or maybe Guyana.
We don't dwell on it. Yeah, it looks like it definitely gets part of Guyana. We don't dwell on it. The part we dwell on is the part that affects our hero. It does look pretty devastating.
I'm trying to find an image of it because I seem to recall they like zoomed out on Earth and you saw the big line.
You do see it. You see it shooting across, but I don't know if we ever have a contextual shot, like say from behind the weapon, where it's firing, where we see the path of destruction. I don't know if we get that. We see things more like the weapon hitting the ocean and instantly vaporizing the water, and then the water dropping into the trench behind it that it makes. We see it like just burning through the mantle of some area and the bedrock. We see it hitting different environments, and we see a more eye level Zindi weapon attack. I think it was meant to focus us on what it did to Earth. I think we might see it wipe out a city too in the distance. As
I
we
just
see
think there's easier ways to do what they did. Why not just have 10 ICBMs? Should have been super cheap for them to make, and you would have gotten a better effect. Right?
Guys, the interweb says it fired a particle beam that cut a destructive swath 4,000 kilometers long, stretching from Florida through the Caribbean and into Venezuela.
There you go. Okay, so guys, I love the conversations here about the casualty numbers. That shows true Star Trek engagement. I'm loving it. Take the poll, by the way. We have a poll whether you like season 3 or season 4. Better. It's just or you could just opt out and all
the best
season to Paul.
Didn't they need to destroy the whole planet in order to make way for a hyperspace bypass? Oh wait, no, sorry, never mind.
They forgot their towel though.
And in season 4, we do have something similar to the Arkle seizure, where they believe that the universe was sneezed out the nose of a giant being, and that one day a great white handkerchief would come and wipe it away. But that's a story for when we get there. So the first episode of season 3 is obviously The Expanse. Pretty emotionally hard hitting, but it's an A+. Does that include the horror movie at the Vulcan Embassy, or is that in the Zindi?
Oh, you mean in that ship in the Expanse?
Yeah, where Saval is like, perhaps you don't want to go avenge what happened to your planet. The Delphic Expanse is known for problems. You might have navigational array problems. It's just like, shut the fuck up.
If anyone has ever played the game Half-Life 2, they remember the level called "We Don't Go to Ravenholm."
Yeah,
that's what that was.
To me, it reminded me of him just reading the back of his medication for some drug that you probably don't need to take because it's weird, but they have to spend 3/4 of the commercial reading off all the warnings on the back of the label. That's what that reminded me of.
One thing we know now that we didn't know when we saw that episode is that Saval is he's a melder. So he's been on Earth for 30 years. He says he really likes the humans and he finds them interesting. I'm pretty sure he got some human ass here and there. Some human chick definitely dug him. And I'm pretty sure, because you're not supposed to tell anybody while she's asleep, he looked around. He's like, my mind to your mind. He's like, he experienced what it's like to, I don't know, go out dancing. It's like, Saval, you seem to have a very strong intuition and feelings about humans, but how come you're really into chick music from 30 years ago? That's not something I want to discuss. It's like, sir, Jagged Little Pill is always on in your quarters. Look, it's ironic. That's all. But Saval shows Archer a horror movie that's supposed to convince him not to go.
Coincidence.
Go ahead.
It's not ironic. It's not ironic.
It's not. They are all coincidences.
It's effing coincidence. Sorry, I can't swear. It's all those things in that song are coincidence.
You can swear.
None of them are examples of irony. Sorry, it's not.
A no smoking sign on your cigarette break means that you yourself didn't do due diligence. I mean, come on.
Well,
that's ironic. Would be working for Amazon, and it's like a 20-minute walk to the bathroom on your 10-minute break. That's not just ironic. This now, if they rewrote the song, it would be called "Isn't That Exploitive?"
Well, she isn't the fact that all the things in the song are coincidences. An example of situational irony, perhaps.
I don't give Alanis Morissette that kind of cleverness. I think you're giving her far more credit than
come on.
True.
Honestly.
It's not like she was hanging out with the drummer from the Foo Fighters, who was her drummer, like doing deep, like introspective, mind altering drugs, thinking about like the meaning of Jagged Little Pill. It's like she bought the song and did the record. She might be a good artist, but whatever. Let's move on. She's not God unless you're Kevin Smith, and no one cares what he thinks anymore. But back to the Star Trek thing. Wow, we got that one in a tangent parking lot rather quick for us. Here's the thing. With this Xindi arc, we start out, the next episode is the Xindi. We get the Xindi introduced. We see them for about, is it maybe 2 commercial breaks before we go to our heroes? We get them for the entire beginning. Then we play our theme song. You would never know this was Star Trek. You're like, wait, the fuck is with these alien creeps? What do they know about Earth? Why do they hate us? And then like right before the break, it's just like, they're like, and our next weapon will destroy them. Bam, bam. And it's like, all of a sudden it's like, it's been a long road. It's like, wait, what do they do to the song? And you're like, you've got this whiplash, and you're like, is this like some kind of like weird episode? Like, it was almost the effect they have in the episode where we go into the where we go into the mirror universe, where we have a different beginning. The beginning's substantially changed, and okay, it's the same song, but it's a different take on it. It's weird. And then we get a little more on the Xindi. Then we go to Earth. Then we might have our horror movie. All we know is that Archer's got to get they got a couple of days to get it together, get a sit rep, and then they're going to jump on the ship, and they're just going to go warp 5 towards wherever the fuck this thing came from. They're angry. They're vengeful. And so I would say the double question is opinions of episode The Xindi, if you remember it or not. You could just say it was part of the arc. I don't remember. But is Vengeance Trek Star Trek? That's the dual question. We'll start with Welshie for the fans.
Well, I'm going to reject the whole notion that this is Vengeance Trek. I think we've had this discussion before.
Yes.
So I reject that notion, because to me, this season hooked me because it reminded me of Star Blazers, right? It's not revenge Trek, because the quest in Star Blazers is not revenge, it is survival. To me, this is survival Trek. So it is mission Trek, survival Trek, right? That's what it's about. It's not about getting revenge on the Xindi, because obviously they're a more technologically advanced, more powerful race. It's about stopping them from completing the job and annihilating Earth, right? I mean, I know that the real world allegory is quite confronting, but to me, what leapt out, because of course I live in a different place and I live in a different sort of cultural context, what leapt out to me was that it reminded me of the Gamelon planet bombs that sought to make Earth uninhabitable, right? So that's where I went right away. So to me, it's not even Vengeance Trek. And I think that looking at it from that perspective, it is completely valid. And I thought it was a great season. I thought that the whole season worked really well. And I accept arguments that they could have wrapped it up in half a season. Fair enough. But I think they did a great job. And I stand by. I'll say this last thing, then I'll jump off. I'll jump away for a second. But season, to me, I didn't answer the first question you asked at the start of the stream properly. To me, season 3 is the best season in terms of character, but season 4 is the best in terms of stories. That the individual stories in season 4 are stronger, but the character work in season 3 is better.
That might be true. I haven't thought of it in those terms.
See, that's why I like having you on, Will. You always bring up these really interesting viewpoints. That's a really good point.
And he does have faith of the heart as a fan. All right, so you have to be off for a few. Come back when you have a moment.
I can stay here. I'm just going to mute myself so I don't.
Okay, no problem.
I don't get too annoying.
I'm going to pass the ball over to the Brunson of our team, Resolute Germ, and I'm going to ask you: did the Xindi stand out to you as an episode, or The Expanse? Comments on either one. And is this Vengeance Trek, and is it Star Trek?
It's Star Trek. Vengeance Trek is just normal. We get a lot of them fighting for survival throughout Star Trek, not just in Enterprise. It's not as odd as people like to think. It's usually a little more contained, more personal, but they're doing a lot of it.
They're a lot more intention. Go ahead.
As the episode itself, they don't really stand out to me.
Right. Okay, let me ask you something.
The season was better, but it's still It's better than I remembered, but still didn't really stand out to me.
I'll ask you a question. In Babylon 5 and Deep Space Nine, we saw serialization. In Deep Space Nine, the serialization was nerfed a bit so that people wouldn't be shell shocked by it. In Enterprise, we lean in a bit more. We still pull our foot off the gas intermittently to remind people it's Star Trek with amazing episodes that didn't have to be part of this arc, but we needed in this arc, like North Star, which, I mean, it's such a great episode of just playing old Star Trek. It was so weird. We go to a weird planet. We managed to make it Earth-like without making it a near Earth. We have this weird flipped dynamic. It's got Philip K. Dick elements in it. It's steeped in Roddenberryism. Go ahead.
Oh, I said weird.
Yeah,
times.
yeah. The planet was Ziegler 3, so we knew it was going to be weird. The fact of the matter is, I ask you then, Germ, is it Vengeance Track? You say not quite, and that they've done it before with the serialization that we see in Deep Space Nine. They kind of want to keep their foot off the gas of that too much, and so we'll serialize a little bit, and then we'll walk away from the serialized storylines for 2 or 3 episodes, and then we'll act like it didn't. The time in the middle didn't happen, and we'll pick it up where we left off, leaving it to our imagination if time had passed and the characters had let things cool down, or we had just seen another, a turn of events on the station that happened in tandem with what's going on. Who do you think did the serialization better, Deep Space Nine or Enterprise?
I think Deep Space Nine did a little bit better because of the quality of the stories on DS9 were a bit superior to that on Enterprise.
Fair enough.
I think the DS9 serialization part was planned. I have a feeling that the Xindi arc was kind of forced on them. They're like, we got to do something to bring in the ratings.
It was planned. I researched this one.
Okay.
It was Sussman.
The Xindi arc
Sussman liked it. The thing was, the Xindi arc was, if you want to say it was forced on them, it was part. It spoke to their mandate to be current and not to be too Star Trekky and boring. But it was planned in the sense that there was a desire to do something that addressed what happened as soon as what happened, and season 1 had been made, and they were starting to write season 3. And I think what they did was they had a plan for an overarching season that had a serialized arc, and they were going to maybe do Romulan War or something like that in season 4, and they flipped it and did it in season 3 for the Xindi, thinking it loaned itself to it well. And their season 4 is what it is with those 2 and 3 part stories. I'm just gonna say, it really didn't help them at the time, but watching it now, it does make a lot of sense. And I'm not going to get as angry as I was about it the first time around, although watching The Expanse did bring back a lot of uncomfortable feelings. Mm-hmm. I don't know if torn from the headline Star Trek is where they should stay with it, but I will say this. I think maybe they learned their lesson too, because they calmed down on it. They installed Windows 11 on all their computers, completely destroying the Xindi stability, the ability for interstellar travel, much less building a weapon. That could have been a good plan. Or that U2 album that everyone got stuck on their phone. That U2 has, like, 20 years later, people are still fucking mad about that. I mean, it is funny.
Well, it's not like U2 haven't continuously made jackasses of themselves.
I like Phantom Outsider's idea of how we were merciful and didn't make the Xindi watch New Trek. That would have been pretty cool. The thing is, the Delphic Expanse might have broken up the transmission, and they only would have gotten enough of it to wonder if it was a quality show. They would have been like, it's intriguing. Like if they only got the first 20 minutes of every episode 1 and then it broke up. So like it looks pretty good when, like, you know.
We did give Xindi the use of Copilot, which didn't actually build the super weapon themselves. It just gave very, very vague and incorrect instructions about how they could build it themselves.
It's like they're like, we want to replicate.
They went back to Clippy. It looks like you're trying to launch an attack on Earth. Can I help with that?
The dead man. Hello, sir. It's good to see you. John the Beagle Dad is here.
Yep.
Phantom says, oh, we got that comment. Radioactive, sir. Hello. Good to see you. Say hello and say hello around. Liking Kal-El's point. Let's see. If you wanted to scare the Zindi, you broadcast the end of V for the reptilians, the movie Them for the insectoids, deforestation videos for the plants, AI nuking of whales for the aquatics.
Or Star Trek 4. They just show Star Trek 4 too.
Or the final episode of Enterprise over and over. I watched some of it again today. It was worse than I remembered.
A bunch of James Gunn films back to back. And lead off with Super Grill.
I heard that Super Grill, like at an hour and 55 minutes, is a painful slog. Maybe we'll talk about that for a few minutes at the end of the show.
Yeah.
Let's see. And we got Hales going back and forth. Let's see if anyone has any questions first. Non sequitur, searching for images of Zindi weapon damage, found three-wheeled Honda e-bike named Zindi. That's funny. That's funny. You know what? Like, I guess I should probably have one. I should probably see if they make them. Probably watch only available in Indonesia. And Phantom says, bill all the stuff they actually did on Earth. You know what? The Zindi ran up quite an expensive account before they left, and that's one of the reasons that they weren't allowed to have an embassy. A lot of unpaid space visa bills, a lot of unpaid space Enterprise rent a spaceship bill. Thrifty, I guess, makes it to the future, or is it Avis? I don't know. I guess Avis makes it to the future in the Orville show. True disinfo campaign probably would have worked against the Zindi, coupled with a TikTok downloadable app. So we gave them the location of Earth, but we put it on Narwhal, if anyone remembers that one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You slice in scenes from the Land of the Lost featuring Chaka and put it into Supergirl. You know what? Just nothing in particular, but I believe the co-creator of He-Man was a Land of the Lost co-creator. They brought in like serious sci-fi people to do that dumb show, which I guess explains why it scaled down well. It was like a good enough idea that when done cheesy and silly for little kids, the kernel of the smartness kind of kept you fascinated till the next week. You watch it now and you're like, what the hell? It's like a Tiny Bowl commercial where they go over that cliff. And even something like that movie, it's like, that movie was so bad that it exposed Will Ferrell. And the best thing about that movie was it stopped the run of subpar, sub-mediocre Will Ferrell movies that, I don't know, maybe have set us up for wokeness because like it squeezed out better movies that could have been made. Like we all could have lived without, what was it? Tigers, where he's the soccer team coach. I think we all could have lived without that one.
Admiral, I just thought of the best way they could have disrupted the Zindi. They could have gone back in time, grabbed Mike Zero, and just had him make a bunch of YouTube videos about what Earth is up to.
The dead man says, make them watch the Acolyte on a loop. That's, you know what? We're a cruel species, but we're not like that. No, we wouldn't do that. We're the same people who liberated Steinep's pleasure planet. Okay. Risa is now a nice place. Okay. No one goes to the part of it where the bad stuff happened. That moon, Steinep's moon. Steinep's pleasure planet is now, it's been locked down by all the government agents. You know, I really hope the AI never figures that one out. And even if it does, oh, well, what the hell? We're locked in. It's too much fun. Steinep's pleasure planet is too funny. It's a funny way to talk about something that's too messed up for a Star Trek show. Like, we're not here to talk about it, so we might as well call it that. Because, hey, the Star Trek show does take place in the real world, so we could Star Trekify it a little bit. That was one of the gifts of this Enterprise run. You send them where there are adventures. Go ahead. Someone was speaking.
No, you were just hearing your voices like normal, Admiral.
I heard it sounded like Welsh was trying to say something.
No, I was still mute. I was just enjoying the conversation as it was flowing. I was just enjoying your another tangent.
Shakespeare on LSD will be on my Twitter bio for quite some time. I think that's so insane. It might catch some eyes. Who knows what shows I'll get on with that one? It's like now here from a Star Trek show. Join us on our show about LSD.
So, Admiral, is this back to your question here? Is this Vengeance Trek? No, I don't think it is, but I think it is Angst Trek, or from the original German Angst Trek.
I like that. I like that. Nice incorporation of languages.
So the whole thing with this is this whole season, you are stressed out, wanting to, just waiting for it to be over. And I don't like a whole season like that. It's okay if it's the Borg in a two-parter. And even then, you were like, F you. I have to be stressed out about the Enterprise for the whole damn summer.
Yeah.
Right?
The thing
Or the other hemisphere all winter, I have to be worried about the damn Enterprise, whether Jean-Luc Picard's gone. You don't like that. But I guess, in that sense, it at least keeps you coming back. And it's a two-parter, so it's going to resolve. This whole season is far too long to be stuck with that kind of a feeling. And it also really doesn't work for New Trek either. New Trek has this every season where there's like this mystery every, the whole universe. Well, first it was the Federation, then it was the galaxy, then it was the universe. Then I think it was everywhere of all time in all space that even the Guardian can't get to level threat. In that level of anxiety, of angst, of stress, it does not make for a good experience for the viewer for more than a couple weeks. And this is what they chose.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Good.
Oh my gosh, from our pal Radioactive, 2 Greenlandian Greenback says JT is on to something. We need John Wick Trek. That would, the one thing they never did, like follow a fascinating criminal on his escapades across the galaxy and maybe one space cop chasing him, could have been at least cohesive enough. It wouldn't have been very Star Trek, but maybe at the end, his redemption could have been like a V'ger sort of moment. Like we could have Star Trek'd it up like that. There was a savable way to do Detective Trek here and there. It was the fact that they wanted to only do like spy and sleuth Trek that really messes up New Trek. But point well taken, which leaves the ball in Sean's court, which I believe makes a full circle of the bases on this one. Sean, what did you think between the Expanse and the Xindi? Your reaction to Saval telling them, "Hey, blow this off." To which I'll react last. And is it Vengeance Trek? And is Vengeance Trek Star Trek?
It is not Vengeance Trek because that's getting revenge. This is pure survival. I mean, they were just attacked. They know they have it out for them. They're like, okay, they want to destroy Earth. At that point, it's not vengeance. It's survival. And I'm not sure I'm clear about your question about Saval.
The very frightening log entries from the Vulcan ship that disappeared in there, where he's like, why don't you just forget about going there to avenge yourselves because it's a little dangerous? And they're like, we're a military ship. Just calm down.
Yeah. No, that episode needed to go on. And one of the things I was going to say about season 3, and partly to JT's point, it's after a while, you're like, can we resolve this? And I'm just looking at the episode list. You can cut out quite a few episodes and get this story in about 7 or maybe 7 to 10 episodes that are crucial. And you could take out a lot. Like E2, you can get rid of that. You can get rid of Carpenter Street.
You could do North Star on your way home, right?
Yeah,
as your refresher from it.
Carpenter Street? Oh, Sean. You heard me.
No, I'm saying it could be taken out if you just want to get the cool Xindi story for
take out Carpenter Street. Time traveling reptiles invade Detroit. Oh, Sean, have you no soul?
Carpenter Street is the horizon of season 3.
Well, I've been driving around Detroit for years looking for those mountains. Outside of a big landfill, I haven't found anything like that. So I really don't know in Detroit where it was filmed to this day. People tell me it's not L.A., but
Yeah, it's
yeah.
We got a lot more episodes.
You could
Let's keep going on this one.
you could definitely get rid of similitude, which was stupid. Exile I liked because that provided a good piece of information for them, and I think Exile was a really good science fiction story. They actually do pull off a few decent science fiction stories in this arc. Surprisingly, Twilight is one of my favorite episodes in all of Enterprise. I thought that was a great episode.
Exile might be in the running for my top, Sean. Like it's in the top 3. It's a medal podium finisher, that type of thing. You get that story, and then you said they do tell some good science fiction stories. They also drop probably the biggest bomb.
Oh yeah, there's several.
Show.
There's E2, we all hated.
But here's the thing: E2 is deep science fiction. It's just fucking awful.
It was just poorly executed. It was a good idea,
badly cast.
Yeah,
bad casting from them.
It didn't work. It's like they tried. It did not.
On paper, it's an excellent idea.
Yep.
It's an excellent idea.
Yeah, Doctor's Orders was a stupid one.
I like E2.
I really like Stratagem. That was a really good
I
one.
like the concept of E2. I can watch all of E2 fascinated by how this doesn't line up with what I would have done, but I like the idea. It's valid Star Trek. It's just not great.
It's just
the problem with that other crew on E2, it's like, well, they existed, but then they never existed.
Exactly. It was the same.
I mean, they existed, but they never existed.
Yeah, but
so
there's some great ones.
But they existed.
What did you guys think of Twilight? I really think Twilight is one of the best stories they put out on this show. That's the one where Archer has the brain bug.
Yeah, the parasite.
Yeah, it's reliving the same day.
I have a lot of problems with it because Hoshi dies in it.
Yeah, me too.
I can't get back into it after I see the bridge destroyed, and I know that beautiful Hoshi, has died. And although the end of the story was good and valid science fiction, it was still the script where Data is like, I am the correct Data. I must dump the particles. It was still the same story. It was well done, established Star Trek. It was solid. It kept my interest, but it wasn't peak season 3 to me. I didn't think it was peak season 3.
I just liked it on its own. It was
a good Star Trek episode. I'll give you that.
It was, yeah. But it has its share of stinkers in this season that you can skip.
E2 is a good sci-fi idea. It's just that it somehow doesn't have the structural integrity as an episode.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Oh my gosh, you guys are being so generous. Radioactive Actual with a $5 Greenlandian super chat. He's underwriting 2 rants now. Don't forget, Captain John Wick once deleted a Klingon with a Type 2 phase pencil. Who does that? You know what? Who throws a shoe? Honestly, you know what? How weird is it that Random Task is doing like quadruple life? Yeah. Wasn't he a notable passing of like 2026 though? Isn't he like finally like no longer with us?
The actor
waste
in real life,
of garbage.
Like he got in trouble.
He gave a bad name to human garbage.
Captain John Wick isn't Ronin. He's the one you call to kill Ronin. Ronin's the alien from Sub Rosa. Anyway.
Oh,
Sub Rosa. Anyway.
It's so Peter Weller. It's very Peter Weller cauliflower head.
It looks a little bit like as Marvin the Martian.
I was going to say he looks kind of Martian.
Going to blow it up.
It also looks to me a lot like something that we would have legitimately gotten as a villain in Voyager if they had been allowed to continue. They were getting a little bit out of hand. Their holodeck would have created this. Yeah. And it's also, by the way, this is a more menacing and more effective villain than the leader from Captain Sam Falcon Man. But you know what? Let's keep going with the Star Trek episodes.
This guy, when Sister Act episode, Cass did that Sister Act episode with that planetary national equitable party guy. You remember that one?
Was that the one where she goes, Captain Janeway, I'm 2 and I want to start living life to its fullest now?
No, they do the Sister Act body swap thing.
A Freaky Friday, you mean?
Yeah, Freaky Friday. Sorry. Yeah.
You messed me up there. You know what? Leave that as it is for the moment. I want to go into just finishing this round of the question, and then I'll get tangential for a minute because I'm focusing on this one. To me, as far as the end of season 2, the beginning of season 1, The Expanse is clearly the better episode. The Zindi, the first 2 segments are really good. The rest of the episode has lost its way and doesn't pay off until Terra Prime. It's like a lot of people, I think we get in that one that maybe some people aren't so wild about Phlox. Maybe he shouldn't go out to eat in San Francisco. We also get in that episode that, the Vulcans are like, doing exactly the opposite of what our leader in the 60s, JFK, said. It's like, of course, there are those who would say we should remain where we are a little longer and not go to the moon. It was like Saval was one of those doubters. And like Archer's response, I thought was great, where he was like, our human spirit and our human optimism will carry us through, and we're going to go into this expanse, and we're going to fight. We're going to do what we have to do, and when we get to the Zindi expanse, we will, we're going to do what we got to do, and we get rid of a season-long bad guy, in that douchebag Duras, where we get maybe one of the flattest dismissals of a bad guy ever in Star Trek history. I don't know. Some people say Scott didn't capture the vibe in that one. I think that maybe Bakula's take on Archer was that Archer was so finished with Duras that he was going to blow his ship apart and kill everyone on it and didn't care, because he's like, you will do this, this, and this, Captain Archer. And Archer's just like, go to hell, and hangs up on him. And he's like, tactical, go for their warp core. Like, he's just like,
now that's Vengeance Trek.
Yeah, well, I mean, Duras had been a huge problem, and he was trying to stop them from taking on their mission of, saving the Earth. So like that in its own way was also justified. He didn't have time to play patty cake. It's sort of an exception to Batman's no-kill policy, where Batman will sometimes kill a baddie who's endangering, say, a kid or a family. Mm-hmm. Like, Batman will kill a baddie who's endangering a family, and we'll just move on from that. Like, we've seen that, and I don't think anybody thinks that that's a hard breaking of the no-kill rule or makes that a non-valid Batman movie. If Batman's got a hostage and Batman has to take out the hostage taker to save an innocent, he'll do it every time. Anyone? Real quick on that one, right? I
agree. Yeah.
The no-kill rule is not absolute. And you know what? I'll answer the question. RRTNZ did a fantastic job of turning this analogy around and saying that, indeed, it was a critical mission and it wasn't Vengeance Trek. And I love the ice-cold deletion of Duras in the second part, I believe it's the Zindi, where, honestly, the second part is a story in search of a first part, because the first part's just like this mob meeting of this never-seen-before faction, and there is confusing as dog shit because there's 5 different kinds of them, and they're talking about avian Zindi, and we're like, oh my god, are there going to be more? And thank god they're extinct or whatever. But it is really a lot to bite off and chew on, that after they have the middle part of the episode where the Vulcans are trying to talk us down, we go on our mission into the Expanse, and as we enter the Delphic Expanse, Duras is trying to stop them from going in. We do a little bit of Wrath of Khan, which we're going to invoke a few times this season, stupidly in similitude, but we invoke the Wrath of Khan in the battle of the NX-01 versus Duras and his guys, and Archer just turning him off like the NX-01 is a TV remote control. He's like, I'm sick of this program. Turn off Duras. I think it was justified, honestly. It's good job on changing my mind, RRTNZ. The fans were right. I was going to skip the season out of my personal distaste for the idea that we would talk about 9/11 every week. The pleasant surprise was there were enough diversions from it to keep it from being a terrible lecture, which I think I wish I would have known at the time going forward. But I don't know how you set that up. It's like, hi, Scott Bakula here. We won't be bashing you over the head with 9/11 everywhere. Like, how do you just have to keep going? But
I get a PSA at the end of every episode.
Yeah, it's like, are you vengeful, angry? In Desert Crossing, we were pretty angry at Clancy Brown. It was weird. What can I tell you? They could have done a worse job with it, but those 2 episodes, they start the story off pretty well. I don't know that I want Star Trek to go there all the time. After that, we get into a weird zone where the next episode is Anomaly, where we're having space tidal waves that we can't just simply go above or below, and we've got to forget about that a little bit. And I'm not saying that the transporter isn't always there, but anytime that Star Trek's throwing out a brand new, poorly explained scientific shortcut that doesn't fit with what we know and is bothersome, I realize we'd established a space North Pole. How about bringing it up in that episode? We can only go up so high. It fills our whole area of operation. We can't go above this place. Too many tachyons up there, sir. Anything to keep them from being able to avoid the wave so easily, the distortions so easily. And they kind of were just like, they were a really bad problem until they weren't, and then they were just an inconvenience until they were a huge problem again, and then they weren't. I had a problem with those. I wasn't crazy about Anomaly. Does anyone want to go opinionate on it, or is this so say we all good enough on that one? Go ahead.
Anomaly is quite an important episode for a number of reasons. It lays the groundwork. It lays the groundwork for Trellium. It lays the groundwork for the subspace distortions, which leads into the interdimensional creatures that are really behind the Xindi. It lays the groundwork for them. It also lays the groundwork for Archer's moral decline, because when he interrogates the pirate captain, he has to, there comes up a conversation, we were once like you, and that in the expanse, you do what you have to do to survive. And Archer rejects that initially. We're still good. And of course, that is paid off brilliantly in episode 19 in Damage, where Archer discovers, he was right all along.
Yeah, that guy kind of gave him an omen.
He did. And I think if that was by design, like if they had thought that far ahead, the writers, then they need a lot of credit, because that is setting up a key character development point for Archer. Right. And
I'll say this then. I can't dig my way out of that because, again, you nailed that one home. How about this? The fact that we didn't know this is the fault of the episode before. The Vulcan horror movie could have been swapped out. It's like, by the way, Trellium could have been worked in right there, and we could have met the Ventaxian pirates with the less stupid plot convenience than the distortions. Fair enough?
Yeah, fair enough. I don't think you can jettison... I think a lot of that episode is necessary for setting up. It's sort of, I wouldn't call it filler, but this is an episode that sort of you catch your breath a little bit, and it sets you up for what's to come, particularly in terms of character arcs. So in that sense, I would say it's a very important episode.
Yeah, I agree. Well, she does it again.
I'm just reading this meme that you sent me from F Book. People they have a Star Trek group over there where I'm banned because I questioned the validity of Star Trek Voyager. Not Star Trek Voyager, I'm sorry, Star Trek Discovery, and it got like 2,500 likes, so they deleted the comment.
Of course.
Yeah, and that's when I was just like, fuck Facebook. Walked hard away from that one. Good points about Anomaly. The next one's Extinction.
You want me to share that picture?
Sure.
It's kind of funny.
Because I don't go on Facebook on the work computer. You know what? The next one is Extinction. Archer, Reed, and Hoshi are exposed to a highly contagious virus that transforms their bodies, minds, and memories into those of a long extinct alien species from a tropical world. There was some really good acting in this one, but it was an episode, it was a season 2 episode.
Yeah, I thought it was funny.
It's funnier than it is true because I do believe the Xindi arc pays off, but like it is funny.
It is funny.
I don't know how long we can leave that up there though. Take that down. Thank you.
This episode, I don't know why they did it in season 3. They should have done it in season 4, episode 18, just like TNG did, because that's what this was. Identity crisis, where Geordi and that ensign go under that transformation into the alien creature, where somehow they show up under a black light with a bunch of weird stains all over them. You remember that, TNG? Yeah, I do. Pepperidge Farms remembers Enterprise. And I didn't like this because I was like, we've already seen this. This is a rerun, and we need to be focused on stopping the Xindi. And that's the theme for almost every episode in here. Unless it's amazing, you're like, why are we wasting time? We need to go after the Xindi. Why are we wasting time taking this tangent? We need to go after the Xindi. And even when we went back through the last couple of years and rewatched this season, maybe not all of you agreed with me quite on that, but I'm like trying to tie every episode back into this panic to save the planet, and they're off here doing, you know, all these side stories on stuff where I'm like, no, we would leave you behind because we don't have time to deal with this bullshit. And so to that, I think I gave this maybe a D at the time. I just don't like this episode. It's in the wrong spot, and it's repetitive. It's not a new idea.
All right.
Fair.
Anyone else have anything to say about this episode?
Very fair. Very fair. It's an episode 2 episode in episode 3's clothing.
It's a season two episode in season 3's clothing. I agree. And you know what? It would have been better if that had been like season, if that had aired before Carbon Creek, where we had more of a team episode instead of a one-off episode of a story of a character who's not part of our crew in a lot of ways, we would have been better off. The next one is Rajan. We decided to have JT book report this one because it's just objectively not such a great episode. She's used her mental powers on the crew to steal information on humans for her Xindi overlords, and Tripper DePaul attempted to insulate the ship from further destruction from a what the hell was what was their issue on that one? It was the anomalies. It was starting to mess up the warp engine, right?
Well, this whole thing was that she was supposed to be on non-compensated involuntary employee,
right?
And
they
so
do the same thing better in Bound
to this, and again, this was another dud of an episode. I don't know how offensive it was to the viewer, but it just was a dud. And you're into this for a month now, thinking, okay, when does it start getting good? When does it start getting good, folks?
And it's a dud in a very specific way. It feels very Berman Braga, like they helicoptered back to collect a paycheck because they were owed one episode, or that the guys getting their feet wet were like, well, you know, we know what our old bosses used to tell us to write. Let's just go with that while we figure stuff out. You know, so while it doesn't harm anything, it's not great. The next one is Impulse. The team board a damaged Vulcan vessel set adrift in an asteroid field filled with zombie-like creatures. Woo!
I love this episode.
I love this one.
I love it. JT says, when does it get good? When does it get good? It gets good now. Zombie, how many ticking clocks are going at once? Crazed zombie space Vulcans. Oh, it's fantastic. I love this episode.
I think with this one, they put it in the wrong spot. And that's because I think they should have put episode 7, The Shipment, here, and put this one as episode 7. So it comes right after the Hoshi episode of Exile. And that would have put this on the original air date from October 8th to the 29th. And then it would have been almost the perfect Halloween episode. So they did it like 3 weeks too early.
True. It's true.
Good call.
It does have strong Halloween vibes. I agree with you a lot. Although let's remember, scheduling's a mess on this network. Maybe they were told they were going to air later, or it airs out of order. Who knows what happened?
Baseball
All right.
messing up. Who
It
knows?
could be they
Right.
didn't finish visual effects for one episode. All kinds of
I think
reasons.
Sean's probably closer to the truth, and they had some kind of great contract with a real sport. The World Cup. You know what? I'm willing to bet like we missed something like we missed that for something like the Women's World Cup of soccer. I'm sorry, of footy. All right, so that impulse we all agree was great. Exiles next. The lonely telepath begs Hoshi to his faraway planet. This had shades of Voyager and was only okay. I enjoyed looking at beautiful Linda Park. I enjoyed that a lot. That really only was the only thing this episode had going for it. It was like, it was all about how beautiful she was that I almost wanted to call her intendant. And honestly, it didn't have as good of a payoff as what happens in the episode of Voyager it's sort of modeled on, where we have Michael McKean as the douchey clown character. Because that's what this one reminded me of.
Oh, I didn't get that at all. I really like this episode because it's a really good performance from Linda Park, and it does develop Hoshi quite a bit, because like there are some good Hoshi that we don't.
Her
get very many
fortitude is
Hoshi
new.
episodes. Yeah, we see her get stronger and progress, and I rather liked it. It was very it was a little Twilight Zone-y. A little off, a little weird, but it still advanced the Zindi story quite a bit because that guy gave them a really critical piece of information.
Yeah, it's not so much that clown episode that you were thinking of, but there are several Voyager episodes where an alien of the week or organization or whatever want like a crew member or something else of very high value that the crew just morally can't part with.
They're all sort of sourced off pen pals from TNG, aren't they?
Yeah.
What I really think, Sean, you bring up a good point, is that Hoshi is our development character because she was young, inexperienced, did not have an aptitude for space travel, and weak in season 1. And part of her whole story is her development into a badass.
Into danger junkie Hoshi.
Yeah.
Super hot danger junkie Hoshi.
I don't see her as she's still scared and weak. She just learns to overcome. Learned to overcome her weaknesses, but they're still there.
And this is development through that.
Her overcoming her weakness of being afraid of combat by going into combat and being vicious is a pretty good compensation.
Yeah.
Let's face it. She faces down her fears. They're still there, like you said. But this is a female character who has Kirk like, I would say this, Captain Kirk never kicked anyone looking as good as she did when she spun kicked that Terra Prime guy who went after Phlox.
Well, and think about it. Without this episode, there would be no way at the end of the season when the reptilians put the Ceti Alpha eel into her head that you would have thought that she would have been strong enough to resist it.
Remembering more of the episode, I rescind my condemnation, saying simply,
does resist it.
It was way too Voyager. I did like the fact that she was like, I take orders from Captain Archer. Was one of the things she says, like, I'm not going to do what you tell me to do. There was also like, I was waiting for Kivas Fajo to walk in and be like, use the painful phaser on her. That'll show her. It was like, it had like the most toys was like kind of thrown in there too.
But didn't she resist it? Like I remember when they were forcing her to decode the stuff toward the end, she like they thought they had her under control, and she like no, she was foolish.
Right, and that's the point. In order to have that be believable for her character, you need to go through this episode to get there. You don't get that from season 1 or season 2 self. You need this.
Yeah, that's true.
Can I ask?
Sure.
At any point in the episode, does anyone feel even the slightest bit of sympathy for the telepath who's requested Hoshi's presence? Because he's kind of it's kind of the pity of Bilbo, right? That Bilbo doesn't kill Gollum because he sees he has such a wretched life and he feels sorry for him. Is there anything of that in this episode where, he's manipulative and probably a big threat. But you feel sorry for him in the fact that his life is kind of, empty and meaningless, and he's far more desperate for Hoshi to stay and spend time with him than she is for the information, right?
I
His
believe
desperation
that
is
that character gives us a random act of nobility on top of the information. He's like, and oh, by the way, it's like, watch out for this.
Yeah, because if you think about how long he had been on that planet, it's like hundreds of years, and he still managed to find a way to do the right thing, even though he did some bad shit to other people. He does get a bit of a redemption. So you
give me a shuttle pod.
A little.
I feel like
take me with you. Take me with you.
The only thing missing from his mind illusion to her was a slowly wilting rose under a glass cover. This was Beauty and the Beast.
It sure was, yeah.
And they did it well, though. They did it well.
Yeah. I don't think they tried to hide it. It was.
I was wrong about that one. Maybe I need to change my approach here. All right. Next,
I think that episode, you got to kind of be in the mood to watch it. Like, there's some days I would say, no, I'm not going to watch that one. Other days I'm like, okay, maybe I'll check it out.
We got to go a lot faster, gentlemen, or we're going to end up having to do part 3. All right. So let's do a little bit of a speed round here. We have Exile followed by The Shipment. We talked a little about it. Major Hayes has his first real rollout. It's a first real big role for him. We really expand what the Makos are. We spell it out. We've had them on the ship for a while. Archer Reed and Major Hayes infiltrate a Xindi sloth planet that synthesizes a vital boom material for the Xindi super weapon. And Trip, DePaul, and Fox run some tests on captured Xindi firearms. And we find out that they all have like Kivas Fajo like blasters, don't they? They have extra mean weapons.
Yeah. Veron T disruptor. That's what you need.
The Veron T. I have one right here. Don't.
This episode is one of my favorites of the season. I just really like it. I think it's a good story about someone doing the right thing, which is the arboreal guy comes through for them.
I agree.
I liked it.
Good episode. Let's hear from Welshie.
Yeah.
Welshie.
Yeah, it's necessary to advance the plot. I kind of wonder. I think what Sean says is a lot of merit. That perhaps this whole season-long arc could have been condensed, and I wonder if The Shipment and perhaps another episode, I don't know about Countdown, but another episode could have been combined. Like you could have done twice the work in half the time. Like, could you have put some of those story elements together?
Oh, yeah.
I feel it. As JT felt fatigued by it, right? I get that. I can appreciate that.
It wasn't critical to the story, but I liked the episode.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think there's some critical details about the story in terms of the material, which name escaped my mind at the moment.
But they could have written that into another episode. It could have been all explained. The majority of this episode was this guy's inner struggle of whether or not he's going to help them. They could have gotten rid of all that and just got the information from someone and kept moving.
Good point. All right.
Yeah.
Let me throw out the next one is Twilight. We talked about this one a good bit, so we can move right to. Then we get North Star. This was our first diversion. Little did we know that diversions would become so important, like our new feature. Sean, are you ready for our monthly military movie?
Yeah.
That will keep the Star Trek show on the air. I think that diverting once a month to the military movie is definitely the way to go. And then we could pay it off this way. When we arc, we could do pure Star Trek and then do for 6 or 7 episodes. We have in the new reality, we're going to survive. We will live on. But the one thing we're not going to do is get gigged for putting on the best Star Trek show simply because there's a pattern. We're going to have to once in a while review some other stuff. People are super divided on Galactica. I would say I would love to go do that one, but it's real similar anyway. So maybe random movies is the way to go as we develop the panel. It's going to be
Speaking
fun.
of Galactica, It's interesting you bring up Galactica because this episode is, of course, very similar to, was it Red Eye, which is an episode of the original Galactica series.
That took us on a divergence, and we found out that it was only
4.
Yeah. But we found out it was only vestigally related, and that the stronger episode may have been Red Eye, though North Star was one of the best episodes of the entire season. We're talking Red Eye might be the best episode of Battlestar Galactica, self-contained. You get your Viper battle. It leads to something. He goes to a planet. They go somewhere. They meet some humans. It's kind of interesting. We see a Cylon. Why he's there makes sense. We have a fight. We duel it out. We get rid of the Cylon. We go back to everything. Kind of makes sense, and it's pretty perfect. In North Star, it's just so sci-fi. It's just so sci-fi. We've kidnapped an entire wagon train worth of people, and we're going to use them as unpaid laborers on our planet. Oh no, they're American Westerners. They have guns. They go nuts and overwhelm the aliens. They put the aliens in chains. They flip it. They're in charge on this planet. They understand some, but not all the technology. Archer shows up and he's like, we have native humans who have spawned on another planet. They're indigenous to this planet, and they're human. This expanse is effed up. I don't like it, but we all had a great time on that planet. Hey, I want to thank our friend, the Dead Man 79, whose channel everyone should check out. Subscribe to the Dead Man, guys. I'm trying to think of a character who goes on a journey, is taken down by the villain, learns how to combat said villain, trains and defeat the villains. What's that called? That might be the Star Wars like prequels, is ending with Episode 4, A New Hope, where Obi-Wan loses to Vader, right?
Karate Kid.
Karate Kid happens as well. It's very Wagnerian.
Samurai.
I would say all the themes of Wagner are there, aren't they? The Ring trilogy stuff, got a Damarung and stuff of that nature. Kill the rabbit.
Kill the rabbit. Kill the rabbit. Yeah.
Hey, the Wizard of Oz fits that outline right there.
The movie Mulan.
The Wizard of Oz is actually an older movie where you go to a bizarro version of where you're from and meet doppelgangers of people you meet than It's a Wonderful Life. I don't know if it counts. We're going to have to work on this one. What's the first multiversal tale? And I kept coming up with It's a Wonderful Life, but Wizard of Oz is now knocking on the door.
I actually think this is the movie Patton, where Patton goes on a journey to North Africa. He has the Luftwaffe that, does a buzz of his headquarters. And then he learns, how to combat them and, has to train to learn how to be a better commander to his troops. And then he goes to France and wins. So,
well, everyone can find out next week how true that story is and where it departs from reality. From your buddy, Admiral Teague. Here's a commercial for next week's show.
Carthaginians defending the city were attacked by 3 Roman legions. Arab women stripped them of their tunics and their swords and lances. The soldiers lay naked in the sun. 2,000 years ago, I was here. Well, this match will not be postponed. The Carthaginians defending the city were attacked by 3 Roman legions.
It was good enough the first time. Shut up! Yeah. George, shut up. George, you've got a big mouth. You know what? Next week, we're going to, for the 4th of July, have a themed presentation, which I think YouTube will just love. Very patriotic here. You know what? That USA 250 that all those pussies aren't going to play. You know what? Here, we're going to have a movie that's a winner. A movie that all Americans are going to love. Because all Americans love a winner and cannot stand a loser. That's why everyone's going to come here and watch our breakdown of Patton next week. Anyway.
That's also why if the U.S. men's national soccer team doesn't make it all the way to the finals, that whatever week is their final round, all the TVs will just shut off in the U.S. watching that sport.
The programming was built in.
We cannot tolerate a loser.
After North Star, we see an episode that we've talked about with great contempt and can move on from very quickly with Similitude. Lots of bad sci-fi tropes rolled together into one here, including the clone having the memories of the person they took the cells from. Go fuck yourself, Similitude. I hate you. You're a terrible episode.
Tuvix.
Yes. Yes.
It exists. This episode exists so that Archer can make that choice. You know, that's why I actually kind of like this episode. I mean, you know, there's the science fiction and the science in it's questionable, but it forces that scene with Archer where he has to say, Enterprise is key to the survival of humanity. Trip is key to the survival of Enterprise. Therefore, Enterprise must survive. Humanity must survive.
The concept
Sim has to die.
Yeah, but the only thing is valid. That Sim chooses to do what he did at the end. Tuvix was like, "Don't kill me."
Yeah.
Look, the concept is valid. The execution is clumsy, and fuck them for using. Obviously, damn them, sirs, for using the beginning as a ruse of Wrath of Khan's funeral scene, where we see Archer giving a funeral speech for Trip, and he's like, of all the souls I knew, his was the most person-like.
Floridian.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
My
child support to 3 women, and he had 4 DWIs. He was totally a Florida man.
I don't like this episode mostly because it destroys one of the best characters on their show. The way that they chose to make this episode and the way that they wrote it, Dr. Phlox just nukes any pretense at having any type of medical ethics. And for that,
human medical ethics, right? He doesn't have human medical ethics.
Yeah,
and he should follow those being on a human ship. There's no excuse for the way that they made him act. And I'm not getting mad at you, Welshie. I'm saying I am mad that they wrote it.
People mad at me.
I'm saying I'm furious at the way that they nuked this character by just doing what they did to him on this. I know everybody knows I hate this episode, so I'm not going to go too much into it more, but they never can redeem Phlox after that. And for that, I hate this episode.
He's not good again until they put him in the mirror universe. Go ahead, Welsh.
I tell you what with Phlox, of all the doctors in all the Star Trek series, if I had to be treated, if I had a life-threatening injury or illness, and I had to be treated by one of them, I would pick Phlox. Because there are things he would do to save me that the other doctors might not.
Now here comes an episode that's beneath contempt. We're just going to move on. We're going to mention the name and move on. We've already talked about the episode. It's Carpenter Street. The only thing worth mentioning is Negan's in it. Jeffrey Dean Morgan is one of the Xindi.
True.
The only thing worth mentioning. And this is what I'll say about Carpenter Street. You can cry and you can scream, but you can't look away. It's part of the Xindi arc. So it sucks, but it's over fast enough.
It's not in Detroit. The thing is, if they had actually filmed in Detroit in that year, they would have been eligible for Michigan film credits. So why they didn't just use a crew that was already out here or fly some cameras on a plane and just nab those up, I'll never know.
Somebody probably knew your governor was going to pull back that film credit. Yes.
Isn't Leland Orser, who's a real Star Trek cameo, sort of guest appearance type guy, and he in this episode too? The actor Leland Orser.
Yeah, he does a good performance. He plays a hologram in Voyager.
Yeah,
is he the guy who's in Saving Private Ryan?
We went down like a fucking meteor. Like he says it in a weird way. You know,
he has a cool Cincinnati accent or something.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Yeah,
He was the nutsy hologram that tried to abduct the Doctor.
You have to turn on the hologram, the holodeck, if you are the captain of the Voyager. So like Carpenter Street was beneath contempt. But then we start to get into a bunch of episodes where the quality jumps up and it starts to stun us. At the same thing, what's going on is Captain Archer is leveling up slowly ever since Vox Sola, where we showed how strong he is as an individual, where he's able to like shore up 4 different guys' minds with his own personal like anger, gives him focus, makes him strong. Germ, what did you think of the development of Archer up to Carpenter Street, and commenting on any of these episodes?
Well, he grows significantly as a leader throughout this season. You can see that the crew is leaning more on him, and it appears that off screen, most of the cast is starting to trust him to guide all the episodes. That they've finally, he's this much better than the rest of us. Let's just let him take the lead.
Think that's the only B plot. Is it in the anomaly where it's Major Hayes and Mr. Reed finally duke it out, and he's super military, and he goes right up to his face. He's like, "I'm speaking to you," and he's like, "But Captain," he's like, "You're addressing a superior officer," and like all that stuff. It's like, stand at attention, and then like he's like reaming them out. And all of a sudden, the intercom goes off, and there's an emergency, and he leaves, and they're just standing there for a moment. And the camera lingers on him. He's like, "Do you think we can leave now?" And I was like, that was an earned moment for Archer as a leader. So you're right; he's growing as a leader,
and that's something that you feel military guys would say after something like that. Their CO walks off, and they're like, "Can we leave?" It's like.
Well, I think what he does is he does the schematic reasoning where he's like, "You're going to look each other in the eye, you're going to shake hands, and we're all going to move on." And they're like, "But Captain," he's like, "You're going to look each other in the eye." And he's like, we do that sort of thing a couple of times until they finally get the idea. And he just splits during the conference. It's a pretty good episode. I would say keep going, Jerm, on Archer. Good point on that one.
No, with Archer, it's just, they're beginning to put everything on him, which is really what they need to do. And you can tell by the acting, the cast is starting to lean on Bakula. They're not entirely comfortable with the way the season's going, but he's the one making sure they all just truck through it.
He's kind of smoothing off the roughest parts of the Xindi arc. He really is, with some fantastic performances. His performance, even in, I know he gets criticized for that one moment where he tells the Klingons to go to hell, but I think that he was playing it in a weird way. I think he was that finished with them. He wasn't even thinking of their, he's like, sometimes, it's like, these guys have been endangering my entire planet for a couple of days now. And when I end them, everything's just going to be better for everybody. So I'm sick of them. Fuck them. And he had stopped regarding, he hated Duras and just wanted to kill him. It wasn't bloodthirstiness. It was detachment. He was like, he's so in the way. Just gotta sweep him out of my way, Malcolm. Rid me of this troublesome idiot.
They had to work in so much in just a couple of episodes with Duras, because one of the very, very, very first ideas they were before they came up with the whole Xindi stuff, Duras was going to be a little bit more of a prominent player for season 3, but he kind of got cut short.
You know what that whole Duras thing reminds me of? My mom had a cat, and she was a sweet little cat, and this cat was in the backyard one day, and this mockingbird kept diving and taking chunks out of her, and she was just putting up with it, and she'd finally had enough, and she waited. The bird came, and she just went and just trapped it on the ground and just bit its fucking head off. It didn't catch it and bring it in the house. It just pinned it and just bit the head off and walked away. It was like she had had enough. I'm just killing this bird.
With me.
Yeah. It was so funny. It was because usually cats will catch something and then bring it in the house, and no, she just killed the damn.
I think they said that even when they're full, cats murder 60 things a week just to feel good about themselves. They need that. I owned it. Maybe they have these where Welsh is. I owned a water dragon, and if you feed them live prey, they become they develop a higher personality, and their IQ doubles. Uh, so then we have a bunch more episodes, and I'll use Germ to pinion off onto these. We start out with an episode where we slow down again for no reason, which I find to be infinitely frustrating. Maybe someone will tell me why I'm wrong. We've seen this episode 3 or 4 times in 2 or 3 different Star Trek shows. Chosen Realm. We even did this once before in Enterprise. We have some religiously people.
Chosen
Oh, yeah.
I kind of like it and kind of don't. I think this is one of Sean's. We could jettison this episode. This would have been a good. This would have been a good season 2 episode. Another season.
Yep.
Season 2 episode. Season 3 is closing, right? I liked where it went though, and how their own Archer's naivety in season 2 would have fit better with allowing them to come on board.
Absolutely.
So oddly placed, right? Very oddly placed, but
these
good story
pauses, though. These pauses in season 2, I don't mind that they have pauses. They need to be urgent. You push the pedal to the floor at the end of season 2 and the beginning of season 3. In season 3, as we stop off at different planets, we need to grab some metal, or we need some food, or we need something that we can turn into a warp coil piece.
Enough gasoline to reach Berlin 9.
Yeah, exactly. They or to get to Bastogne. And the point is that they go to these planets in a rather leisurely way, which doesn't help the urgency of the season. And we just we're trying to build stakes, and we let the air out of the balloon periodically. I think that there's something to be said. Then the next episode, though, a little bit better than Carpenter Street, Chosen Realm. And then Germ, I'll let you lead the thoughts on this Proving Ground. Archer's disgusted by what he finds. I like that part.
With Chosen Realm, I'd say that would have been better as season 2. Essentially, it being let this be your last battlefield, so there's nothing really special there. And the other episode, I don't remember too well.
Proving Ground is the Andorian ship shows up and they jack the Xindi tech. This was a good episode. It was a fucking fun space caper. Shred's our pal now. Yes, it's like Jeffrey Combs to the rescue. It's like, what's going on here? I still don't have a full read on this. Like, the last couple episodes been better, and they're just like, we better throw Jeffrey Combs at them, sirs. And
hang on. His appearance here, though, sets up the later payoff of how he shows up in the final episodes, though. Like, you have to weave him into this story at an organic way earlier. And it fit in terms of his personality and how the Andorians approach war. This makes complete sense. Mm-hmm. He's offering assistance, inverted commas assistance, but in return for getting a look at this weapon of mass destruction, right? So
this is pretty fair to his eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it paves the way for his appearance, the 11th hour, which is decisive, really. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Sorry to cut you off midstream, Admiral.
Not a problem. The episodes of value Proving Ground, anytime Shran shows up, it's fun. This is one of the more of value ones. It shows you their nature as a species. And although they could be allies, like what their idea of a deal is, which is something that's kind of cool. Like, this is a human experience thing. And it had a dash of sci-fi in there, more than some episodes. Then comes Stratagem, episode 14. I'll move to JT for this one. The crew creates an elaborate ruse to fool the creator of the Xindi super weapon into revealing the location to Archer. This is the cosplay episode where Archer cosplays as a long-haired hippie who's escaped from a prison camp 3 years in the future with Degra, who is got like a space beard and space mange. And they're sitting and we think the episode's like Shuttle Pod 1, Then Archer like tranks down Degra, goes off, takes a piss, grabs like a towel, grabs the Coke, and talks to the crew about how much he hates this guy and they need the info. And we realize it's a psyop, and the shuttle's just sitting inside the ship's cargo bay. And we realize it's brilliant. It's Capricorn 1.
It's not a terrible idea. I mean, they do have an Imagineer on the crew from Central Florida. So the fact that they thought, hey, you know how to make rides, don't you? And he's like, yes, Captain, I do. And then they tried that out. I mean, give them credit. I don't know. Have they ever done this before in Star Trek? Maybe. It's hard.
They've done little fakey things, with different.
Yeah. It's been
there's
done
that weird. Yeah, I was gonna say there's that weird episode in TNG where Picard's like, "I don't trust you. You're Starfleet ensign. You're the perfect person to win my trust."
Yeah,
I didn't like that episode.
Yeah, that one when Riker's being fooled by that alien kid. Where he makes
for whatever weird reason, I love that episode. It feels so. I feel like Gene wrote that one or something. It's so Star Trek feeling.
Yeah, but tangent.
It felt so TOS. It brought me back. It gave me feels. That episode.
Yeah,
it's fun. You talk about the lonely alien. Here's one that was worth
Star Trek ending. It was a good.
But here, it was a lonely alien got rescued. It was one that deserved to be rescued. They're going to find his people. He's going to be all right. They're nothing like the people from Charlie X. He was rescued by the Federation. It's a best case ending for this miserable lonely alien. I love that episode, even though it's
then
a little
Riker
slow.
finds out he's over 18 and.
So Stratagem was a good one. The PSYOP. Anyone else, Germ? What did you think of the PSYOP? This was enhanced interrogation. It was better than dragging him out and beating him out of him. Although everyone, I think was this the one where I was slamming the desk and yelling about the nuclear strike? I think it was, right?
I believe so.
I had to back off and explain that I meant nuclear, not thermonuclear. Thermonuclear would obviously be too mean of a response for 9/11, but not to revisit or reopen old wounds, but it wouldn't have been the worst thing if George W. Bush dropped a dirty bomb on those piece of shit Taliban. Fuck them. I don't like Taliban. Do not like the Taliban.
No comment about current events.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Hang on. He does not like the Taliban. He does not like them. TGM. He does not like them in a cave. He does not like them at a rave. He does not like them. Oh God, I'll go away, work on that, and come back with it.
All right. Well, you come back to that one. I was wrong. It's episode 15 where Reed and Archer finally Reed and Hayes finally duke it out, and Archer disrupts it in the investigation of a rescued alien, and T'Pol confesses her feelings to Trip. This one, I think we get Vulcan butt crack, so it's an A+, I guess, for that. We get gratuitous shots of the intendant that aren't anywhere near as hot, and she's just as good looking a woman. So, let's not hate here. We did a great job, better than the Deep Space Nine people did at objectifying our woman. Damn it, we objectified this woman. Oh boy, did we ever? Thank you, guys. Mr. Sussman, thank you. We appreciate it. What's just going on there for a minute? Guys, let's get some comments. Let's see what we're thinking. Release the Riker files. Yeah, bro. I have a copy of the Riker files. I'm having some stuff redacted from them. I'm keeping his holodeck programs out. Then, so Harbinger, the doctor's orders is the weird one that I don't want to talk about. It surviving the transdimensional disturbance.
It is a good thing to talk about for June because the rest of the crew must be induced into a coma to survive a trans-dimensional disturbance.
This is basically a transwarp conduit
episode.
This was another season 4 copy, but this time from Voyager, season 4, episode 25, called 1 where Seven of Nine and the Doctor are the only two, while everybody else is put into a coma when they go through a space storm so they can come out the other side.
Exact story.
Next episode, Admiral.
The next episode was better than I thought it would be, and I wish we'd spent more time on it. It's really good. The crew begins to question Archer's judgment when he goes to the extreme to save an abandoned nest of Izindi insectoid eggs in hatchery. Doctor's Orders and Hatchery was a 2-4 that week. We did 2 that week because we felt they were both kind of like could be done quickly. We had a long enough show. We were still doing them a lot longer, but it was easy enough to wrap these 2 stories up. Yeah. I thought Hatchery was. This is when I'm starting to realize like Scott Bakula is hitting different acting beats every week, and he's hitting them on the head. Like this is actually taking skill and showing range. In the short term, it's showing it to us every week. He's a different, like he turned into a freaky alien, like in episode 3 there, and now he's turning into like a mother hen for these freaking insectoids, and like learning some form of higher compassion. And that one, unless anyone wants to say anything special about it, I thought it was extremely sci-fi and extremely Star Trek. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was good science fiction. It was a good story, but it was one of those they could have done without. But I do want to tie this into something that Germ said earlier, because he was saying that the crew is starting to lean on Archer a lot more, and they're starting to trust him. And that shows in this episode because they just like, okay, Captain, we'll do what you say. When he starts getting really weird, and it takes him a long time.
True.
To finally say, okay, put a brakes on it. Like
they won't relieve him and tell him to calm down for the longest time.
Yeah.
They force some meds on him or whatever. We can't get too into it, but they force him to take some treatment. They force him to take a break, whatever it might be.
Yeah. And we have somebody in the transporter buffer.
I see that. We have something on the scanner. This is much more than pre-animate matter. This appears to be fully formed. Let's beam this right to the bridge. The battery is hiding it. Let's bring that down. It's Mark through the sea. Let's jump him up here. He has a picture. Good to see you. Welcome to the visual part of the program. We'll have all the visual people up front. How you doing?
You're muted there, sir.
You're muted.
I'm muted. I'm muted.
Now you're sounding.
Yeah, how's that?
Now. That's perfect.
Uhura. Hailing frequencies are open. But hail everyone again. Yeah, I'll say hi again. But great to be here. Saturday night is, usually go out in the summer and hang out. I don't know. My wife wants to hang out with me on Saturday night and go out with friends. So I got to tell her she's got to stop that with Star Trek Saturday, shows going on. But great to be here and see everyone.
It's great to see you. We've been going through season 3. I think we're gonna have to go fast forward a little bit to get to season 4 to do season 4 justice. Season 3, the long arc we're on. We talked about a lot of episodes. I'm only gonna let you pick one.
That's fine. No, I'm not. God, don't worry about it.
Is there any one of these that stands out to you? I'm gonna just read off a bunch of names. Ready? Will include The Expanse, The Zindi, Anomaly, Extinction, Rajan, Impulse, Exile, The Shipment, Twilight, North Star, Similitude, Carpenter Street, Chosen Realm, Proving Ground, and Stratagem. Stratagem being
that's what you're up to. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're up to. You want to talk about any of them?
I'll go real quick, obviously, but I think Carpenter Street was probably one of the worst episodes. I thought that was when they time traveled back in time to stop the Zindi agents. I just remember that being like a really hokey, and anything with time travel.
Mountainous Detroit.
Yeah, to the mountainous Detroit, and I think it wasn't filmed in Detroit. It wasn't filmed in California. I think I remember
or Vancouver, maybe.
Yeah, it was totally filmed in like California, even though there were tax credits available if they had filmed it in Detroit. They chose that.
Well, it was much safer back then, probably, to be in California. Yeah.
Back then, it was the murder in Mitten. Detroit was above New Orleans and wherever in Tennessee. Yeah.
When is Washington going to take the title back as murder capital of America? It's our capital. It should also be the murder capital, should it not? I mean, maybe we should include
thanks to Trump.
For now.
if we include the killings in Baltimore, it could take number one very easily.
Unless you're a monument. If you're a monument, you're not pretty
No,
safe.
those are safe again too.
Yep. It's a lot safer in DC since the National Guard was there and they tried to arrest people before they got a chance to commit 30 crimes. But the next episode, I would, I think I remember.
We will talk about what you said about the box cutter and where you were the other night. Go ahead, similitude.
I think that was a pretty damn good episode. Yeah, because that was
American
one
flag blue.
There we go.
Trip's uniform, I would point out, is American flag blue.
There we go. Yep, and happy 250th coming up to the greatest country on earth, America.
That's right.
But, I think that that was kind of like a Tuvix kind of episode. In some ways, I guess you could.
We broke
argue.
all the real rules of good
yeah,
sci-fi, where he has the memories and personality of Trip and stuff like that. It's just like the like this is a different kind of grandfather like law. It's like his DNA has grandfathered him the life experience of Trip. He's like, your name's Jonathan. You like cheeseburgers. It's like, how did you know that? I don't know, just a feeling. Hey, you want to go? We meet some chicks at the bar down by Starfleet Academy. He's like, how'd you know that? I know where you go after that too, Captain.
But I think that episode really made me think a lot too. So I'm picking that episode as one of the. It's been a while since I watched these, a couple of years, but all of them, I started watching them again. But third season. And the other thing I'll say real quick too is it's a lot better streaming this third season. This season was kind of reviled initially, if I'm remembering correctly, when it came out. But it
shocked people. I think what happened is it now we've shocked people twice. The theme song was starting to go away, and then serialized Star Trek happened, and they're like, "You just won't let us catch our breath." Seemed to be the attitude from fans.
But then I think watching this on a streaming or back to back. Some of these 2-3 parters, it's a whole one big arc the whole season, but it plays together a lot better. I remember mentioning at the club meeting, he's like, "Yeah, I think you're right on that one." Where it streams.
It's not as much as we thought.
It's better streaming.
Better streaming.
It's bingeable. It's very bingeable.
And before you came here, Mark, we were kind of going through some of the episodes that you can cut out if you're gonna watch this arc. There's like 4 or 5 episodes you can just skip.
Yeah, but it does.
Some of them are actually good.
Yeah, but they don't add to the story. But it does play really well when you don't have to wait like 3 weeks. Because some of them are mini movies, right? When it's serialized, and it kind of lose some of that, especially when you're going through a whole season. But
let's get deep into that on season 4 because that's the whole season of 4. What we have here is we have a few plot beats where they do go an episode and a half to 3 episodes sometimes on stuff, but they're doing that so weird. Like the story starting in the middle of the episode goes through all of the center episode and kind of starts wrapping up in the next episode where they introduce new weird Jeopardy. It's well done. They weave it together well. I have high confidence in the writers of this to be streamer writers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why I think Sussman is perfect for something new.
Absolutely. So, sir, Mark, do you have a favorite?
Let's see. Do I have a favorite on this? Well, the ones you listed, up to the ones you listed. I got my list up here so I can. I really did like Similitude. I mean, I did like that episode. And did we get up to ZD Prime yet, or did you mention that one?
Not on the list. I think once we all get
the next.
Yeah.
This is the next episode. Johnny Prime's the next episode. By the way, just on my list, let me just read a couple of quick names: Rafael Palmeiro, Alex Rodriguez, Mark McGuire. Oh, sorry, wrong list. That was pretty good. That was a distant callback joke. It's contemporary to the show that we're reviewing. The joke is from 2003 as well, guys.
Right.
It's a little
everyone's on roids.
Admiral.
Great American soccer players.
They all have boobs.
Oh, sorry, there aren't any.
I was gonna say, our soccer players are more fun to look at than yours, unless you're gay. Like at least like our better soccer players seem to be the women. Like the team has more cachet.
Megan Rapinoe.
Not that one so much as the one at the turn of the century with the more famous and more patriotic group of women. Put the new ones in a position to do what they have to say. Megan Rapinoe hadn't been born yet, or was getting kicked out of primary school.
Well, I can always root for the Swiss since I have Swiss citizenship too, so that's they're doing pretty well.
I was upset to find out that I couldn't buy a North Korea jersey. I thought that would be awesome fun to wear around.
Inhale to Miskatonic Madman.
Hey,
Miskatonic.
Wait, something Welshie just said about the famous American football players. It's like we're soccer players. It reminded me of that scene in Airplane when she gets the leaflet for famous Jewish sports legends. How about this leaflet? Famous Jewish.
It's like picture of Sandy Koufax on the front.
Max Baer.
That's it. There you go. Yeah, too. And Max Baer Jr. All right, so then we have what I consider to be a seminal episode of Star Trek. We'll talk about this one for a minute. There's Star Trek and Star Trek Enterprise before and after the most epic, most incredible, most gripping, high stakes space battle in the history of televised Star Trek. This is better than shit from the Dominion War. The Battle of Azadi Prime, the NX-01, the little ship that could. It's midway in space. They're beating the crap out of everybody. They're getting their asses kicked. They take massive losses. They won't turn back. They keep fighting. They keep dishing it out. They're getting rope-a-dope. They're just like, is that all you got? Beat on us more. They've got like insectoids. They've got reptilians. Everybody's after them. They put together a shaky alliance. They're pulling apart the enemy from the inside out. They keep getting hit in that wonky nacelle. That becomes a problem for several episodes in a row. I like the recurring elements in this that aren't so much serialized. That nacelle has been a problem since E2. When it first gets shot up by the weirdo pirates. Yeah, the weirdo pirates that live in the expanse that caused the episode to happen. God, I hate those irrelevant plot contrivances, but they did give us the wonky nacelle that continues to be a target for all others who go after the ship for the rest of the season, because I guess it looks wrong. Let's see. Read by Nature says there's a clip of the old Smith and Jones sketch in the show, Why Men Watch Women. It's on YouTube, but I wouldn't look it up on stream. But you know what? I think didn't James Franco like get kicked out of Hollywood for that? Like maybe unfairly. I don't know. He was
teaching. He was doing an actor's class, and he had some intimate moments with some students teaching.
He was tutoring them and how to have sex scenes.
Yeah, no, he admitted how wrong it was to take advantage of a student like that. But then he came on. I think he said it was not during class time, so technically he didn't get paid. But
so
can't James Franco get people outside of the actors class? I guess, but yeah, he was very canceled.
My guess now is that there aren't enough like women in the world to keep James Franco happy. He needs like 5 some on an ongoing basis. What a wild man! We have to bring him back to Hollywood. No wonder he. When my mother was like, "How come that?" Like she saw like Seth Rogen, and she goes, "Where's the good-looking one? I hate the fat one." And I was like, and I told her what happened with James Franco. And she goes, well, of course those women were throwing money away to have sex with him. He's gorgeous. I don't care. I want to see another movie with him. He was hilarious. He didn't do anything wrong. I was like, way to go, Mom.
Was he the acting tutor for Bill Clinton? Oh, no, wait. Oops. No.
I would hope he was tutoring the woman from The Interview. I'm gonna guess that was the only way to get to his movie because that chick was hot. Telling him how stupid he was. They had the best chemistry together. Rogan has been a disaster with my mom. You were right. He sucks. All right. So then we have again. Damage, another great episode. We got a lot of Reed out in the hole in this one trying to fix stuff. A couple of interlocking ticking clocks that work well. I didn't mind that one. The Forgotten, E Squared, we talked about how much we hated. I guess we didn't get the wonky nacelle from that. Where did we first get the nacelle shot up? Maybe in Proving Ground? We have to fuck around a little in proving ground.
It's hard to say. It may
This
have been.
whole season, it does morph together. It's a good flow.
What was the episode where they had to hide in the cell and they had to go through the radioactive territory? Was that
Catwalk?
That was
That's
season
season
one.
2.
That's
Season 1 or 2.
That
One
was
or
a really
two,
good
yeah.
episode. I'm thinking of the nacelle, in the cell and
That's a good
episodes. That's
episode.
pretty cool. They got going into a nacelle like that. That was pretty wild because you don't see that in TN. I don't think you see that in any other Star Trek, do you?
No.
They show the cell control room in that one episode of TNG where there's like that Beta Z deletion shadow memory that causes other people to jump into
The ghost.
Oh yeah, into the plasma stream.
but not really. So
By
yeah,
the way, if I'm on the Enterprise and someone fucks with me, I'm just like I lure them there with some space booze and I just throw them into the plasma stream. You're gonna be all right. No one's ever gonna figure it out. Just keep Deanna away from that part of the ship for a couple of weeks. Yeah, on the right day, she doesn't read anything. I mean, and you really want Qui-Gon Jinn there. It's like I don't feel anything at all. Don't sense anything. Then we get into questionable mixed with great episodes. I hated E Squared. Everyone hated it. The Council, that one was pretty good.
That whole thing with E Squared was because that crew existed and then they never existed. We had to bring that up.
They existed.
Yeah.
But they didn't exist.
And it was like they came in and
they existed.
But they at the end they never existed.
They never existed.
but they still exist.
I got to find that clip of Claudia.
Existed.
Yeah.
I have it, so I did clip it. I'll find it. Yeah.
If you don't get the reference, we've
classic.
got to go back and find that.
I remember that.
Oh, I have it.
Or-
I clipped it for him.
dying.
And he was dying. He was dying laughing when I clipped it, playing that. Yep. Let me go find it right now.
It's
on
from
my
an episode
it's in
of
my memory bank. Yep.
We have
Clobber Times in his fleet in their great review show of an episode of Deep Space Nine that was basically E2. And it broke Clobby.
Yep.
Jesus.
Yep.
Who's playing Fidel Castro right now?
Huh?
We could use a Fidel Castro again. Cuba's a mess.
That guy Justin from Canada, isn't he Castro's son?
You know what? Before that rumor ever started, the rumor was that he's actually Ron Wood of the Rolling Stones' son, which makes a lot more sense. He looks a lot more like Ron Wood, and like the whole thing where he just seems addicted to like chicks. Like I realize he's like a trans, like positive metrosexual sort of type guy, but like he just like manages to get a lot of ass. Like I don't know, whatever you think of it.
Yep.
He managed to guide it to the point where basically every single Canadian we know was like really hard up and like had no economic opportunity. It seems like things in Canada just ain't going so good. Here's to better days after we build the big, beautiful wall that we need.
Well, just drink metric beers, our Canadian friends. You'll feel better.
That's you know what, like the one thing about them is they should go back to the English tradition as far as beer goes and get Canadian what do you call it, imperial pints. You know, like when they give me a Guinness at the bar up the street and it's not a imperial pint, I feel cheated. I also like them to draw a shamrock in the foam, but that's just me. All right, so after the council, and I think this is the moment where we have to mention this. The council is where we see the work of one of the greatest Star Trek actors of all time, Tucker Smallwood. This this actor plays an unnamed member of the Xindi Council, who is one of Degra's key allies and friends. And I would just like to take a moment to say, Tucker Smallwood, we respect your acting, despite your name and the fact that you had to tuck. With a name like that, we really hope that you got to play a cabinet minister in the movie Stop That Train. I think that Tucker Smallwood belonged in Stop That Train. And Tucker Smallwood had stopped that train energy, because tucking Smallwood is what RuPaul does before every performance, if I'm not incorrect.
But he does carry a big stick, though. His name
He
is Smallwood,
does.
but he does carry a big stick. Yep.
There are no small roles. There are only small woods.
I did enjoy the council. Good political episode. That one includes the Zindi getting hit up with the heat lamp. That was pretty cool. It made him seem evil. And we got our patented Archer getting captured and getting beat up by the enemy, taunting the enemy to make them think that humans like to get beat up in some sort of weird Nixonian madman theory psychology. It's like turns out Mark and Cobby weren't the only ones who also loved Rush Limbaugh. He's like, maybe what I do is send some guys to break into your house and we steal your videotapes and see what's on there. What do you think of that, you reptile scum? You know, like he's always taunting the people who are beating him up. And I think it's when we see him have the most Shatner-like energy. Like in pain, Bakula is really close to default Shatner. I don't know how to put it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
With the pausing and
or the fighting. Whenever he gets into a fist fight, he also evokes some Shat.
Unpopular hot take for later on in this episode: Mirror Archer is just being William Shatner the whole time, but insane. They told him, be the real William Shatner, the one we know who comes to work sometimes and yells at everybody because he's 75 and crazy. Well, don't worry, he'll be dead soon, sirs. No, William Shatner. Gonna bury us all. I am sure that William Shatner is gonna bury us all. Guys, sirs.
He's gonna live forever.
Madams, I want to thank everyone who's here with us. It's a real privilege to have you guys here. Let's see if there's anyone I missed who came in. Wow, we have a lot of people now. I said hi to Tucker Martin, Buddy Hepburn. Mark is here. Ariel Ballet is here. Gavin is here. Hello, Blackie. We got Phantom Outsider, RJ Godzilla, Miskatonic Madman. We also have Kal-El 64, the Tetrarch of Apathy. Tetrarch, sir. We got John, the Beagle Dad. We have Sean, JT, Radioactive. And we also have the Dead Man, 79. Sirs and madams, I salute you. Welcome to the show. With the only salute I have the right to give, the Boy Scout salute. You know what, guys? I still have the right to give that. I uphold the Scout law every day. I am kind, obedient, cheerful,
thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent.
Yes. And I never lie, cheat, or compromise, or do illegal drugs, which is a good watchwords for everyone.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it depends what state you're in, I guess. Yeah, right.
Well,
not in New York,
crime, right?
Not in
Trump
New York.
did lower that.
Let me
right?
consult the Magic 8-Ball on that statement.
I think I can go to my doctor and just get LSD if I want. I know they'll give you ketamine, but I don't know. Hey, Trekavir is here. Good to see you. The Council is a great episode. I agree. There's a lot of combat in that one too. They spend like 3 episodes with a lot of external spaceship combat where we were doing a lot of transforming frame by frame because we thought it was so great. And the earned Wrath of Khan scene, which Similitude diminished. Similitude gets a grade letter better without invoking Wrath of Khan in that fake beginning tease where they hadn't learned how to write a good beginning tease yet, and they leaned too heavily on it. They did it much better in the episode Damages, where he has to do the eulogy for the crew, and he stands on, is it on top of the shuttlecraft? Is he on top of one of the shuttle pods? We see them in that part of the ship a lot, where they have the photon torpedoes and they have the shuttle pod sometimes. I think he's standing on top of the shuttle pod where he gives that speech. Maybe he's on one of the catwalks, but the fact of the matter is he gives a Wrath of Khan kind of speech. And the writing is, I mean, nothing's Wrath of Khan, but, you know, for weekly TV, it's right there. I thought Bakula was excellent in it. And at this point, like, the worm had completely turned from, I don't know if this guy can sell Wild-Eyed Explorer to, wow, what happened to the Wild-Eyed Explorer I now believe in deeply when I see in reruns, he has become a grim military commander who doesn't make a lot of apologies and who's going to do whatever he has to do, including steal that warp core at some point in this season. And I loved what I thought was a ruthless, savage new Bakula with the new waxed down Caesar, where he was just that much more hard and angry and untrusting. And he said, fuck you a lot to a lot of species that he ran into. And he wasn't like, we're from Sector 001. The third planet in. We only have 5 spaceships and like a Verteron particle array on Mars. You know, he was like giving our entire defensive like network away in season 1. He was so bad. At this point, he may have become cynical or something. I don't know, but I did like the development in the Archer stuff here. You know what, guys? I think, let me see if I have this. It's so hard to do this on X. I'm sorry, on YouTube.
Do what?
I was gonna see. I guess I gave away all the memberships. I don't have any more. Sorry, guys. You're gonna have to come back next week and watch more Star Trek with us. All right, so that we're almost at the end of season 3. And we're going to think about season 4 in a minute.
Thanks for
Sorry,
sticking around,
guys.
everyone. We got 20 likes right now, and as everyone knows,
Wow.
our goal is 30.
Thank you.
So if you haven't hit it, hit it.
Smash it.
And at least one person liked the conversation enough to opt in. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. We hope you like the show. So the council, followed by Countdown, followed by 0 Hour, which is weird. It should have been like the other way around. It made no sense because the Countdown is in 0 Hour, which just hurdles us into the Stormfront story, like half cooked, half baked, and with no satisfaction, and almost thoroughly wrecks the Xindi arc. Meddling by Berman and Braga, who helicopter back in for the money of the season ending. They're just writing Battlestar Galactica all day, sirs and madams. I didn't like this sabotage one bit, but I did think that they were able to make a good episode out of Stormfront and show proper respect to the idea. And also that 0 Hour, aside from the part that Berman and Braga do, is pretty goddamn good. We have yet more action in Countdown and 0 Hour, a lot of tension. And this is where you really start to love Captain Archer and really care about what happens to him. And like I remember from this point on being like afraid for Captain Archer during this season. Guys, kick it around. I want you to talk about these last 2 episodes that end out season 2. Let's talk about them as a whole. Let's start with Resolute Germ. And Germ, you get to pass it to whoever you're ready for when you're done. Take it away. Countdown and 0 Hour.
Oh.
What was that, sir?
Okay, made quite an impression. Goodness gracious.
That was weird.
Germ, do you have audio?
With the
Yeah,
trying
that
to
wasn't me.
there?
That wasn't you. Okay, whatever it was, that wasn't me either. Maybe it was StreamYards. Okay, go ahead. Tell us.
I don't know what that was. I heard it too. I'm like,
yeah, what was that? Yeah.
It sounded like somebody's Discord going off incorrectly and like not wired up right, but like it sounded like the bump from Discord. But all right, Countdown and 0 Hour taken as a whole to end the season, and what they were throwing by Brannon and Berman, Braga and Berman at the end of the season, and what they did with it going into season 4, which is the segue here. And when you're done, you get to pass it to the next person. You have the con.
For what they set up, very good way to end the season, except for the very end where they steal the payoff of them actually getting home. There's not a lot else they could have done with it. They had painted themselves into so many corners with the Xindi and the temporal interference. It's the best we could have asked for under the situation. Overall, not great, but the situation itself wasn't great. That's whoever else has opinion on them.
Yeah,
terrific.
But yeah, have to excuse me. I have to go get rid of some children.
But no,
Boy,
not get rid of them. Get
interesting
rid of
choice-
them. Just
Interesting choice of words.
yeah, phrasing.
yeah. They're not going into the agony booth, are they?
Maybe.
Let's just say Unsolved Mysteries has an episode coming up.
Oh my!
Jonathan Frakes is going to be the. But what about when Germ didn't come back? But what about when Germ said that weird thing? Wrong again.
It's a fake, a fraud. We made it up. Not this time. No way.
We got to get a clip of those and put it in the.
We got to clip them together out of order so
Yeah.
that we don't trip the copyright or the
Oh,
copyright
they're
of the
quick enough where
YouTuber.
yeah, they're quick enough where you.
I don't want to play the YouTube mix of it either because that YouTuber owns
No.
it. We have to reorder them a little bit. Like we could put like 2 or 3 in a row and then change it. Like the master reel of all the Trump stuff that supplied us with so much great. I mean, you know what? I think my favorite part of Star Trek Enterprise was all the great sound bites it brought us. And you know what? That's my favorite
Sir,
part.
that was so controversial. Sir.
I just thought that it was better than some of the other stuff. Well, that's what makes our show better than others.
Hey, lemon pie.
Oh, lemon pie.
You know, how do those other YouTubers stay on for like 9 straight hours?
Had a mechanical arm.
Oh,
That's called adult diapers.
Exactly right. It's like, you know, you weren't supposed to discuss space technology quite that way. You know, like, hey, like, okay. So Countdown and 0 Hour taken as a whole. Anyone else have stuff to say about it? I thought it was a great way to end the season.
It was a good way to end it.
Did not like the robbery of the payoff.
No, that's the. I think we all agree on that. But
Comes close to tanking these indie seasons.
Yeah. The ending episode was nice. It was good tension. The battles are all good. I love how the Enterprise comes out of the aquatic ship when it was kind of carrying them. That was really awesome.
I want to see the show about what happens to that aquatic ship when it got back to the Xindi homeworld and it was unoccupied because they still hadn't started whatever it was that led to the Delphic expanse occurring. And why didn't they just stop that? Or did they? And that's why we don't hear about them anymore.
I don't know. I take a little bit different view on this episode, and I'm by no means think that this was bad TV at all. I think it was very entertaining, and there's some good stuff there, great performances. When I look at something like this, and this is the problem of the entire Xindi arc, is that we didn't get 24 episodes of Star Trek because this 0 Hour was not Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek at all. It was an action
Philip K. Dick's
episode.
It was a Philip K. Dick story with Star Trek people thrown into it. It was legitimately a Star Trek story, but they were doing Philip K. Dick. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it was not. It was just not something that you would have seen on the original series or even TNG, and I doubt really DS9. But this is getting into an area where you stop doing the exploration in Strange New Worlds and all of this stuff, and you start getting into action. And I would have rather had Star Trek for 24 episodes, not this season-long Xindi arc. And it's not that the arc is poorly written or any of that. It's just something else in my mind beyond Star Trek. And that's what it's always going to be. And the fact that it's here, we can't change that. It's not terrible TV. But I think when you go from 0 Hour into anything in season 4, it's like, how do you back away from the fact that we basically flew off into a different course from what Gene had in mind? So
okay, so to wrap it up, Mark, unless you have anything to say about the way we wrap up the Xindi season, go ahead.
I did really like it, and what JT is saying, I can see that, but I did enjoy it too. And then what we get is down the road is not even Star Trek. So not that you're, lowering the bar that much, but again, this plays really much better when you watch it all together.
Deeply bingeable, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't like the serialized nature of Star Trek. DS9 started that, and I gotta say I despise it. I just don't like modern TV. Like, give me Emergency. I just want to watch an episode with Gage and DeSoto. I don't need to know anything else. I can just, God damn it, I can just put that episode on, and nothing. Yeah, you can't. The characters, right?
You're saying that Randolph Mantooth is a great actor? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he is. Yes. And and who was DeSoto? That was
I don't care. Randolph Mantooth's a name that you remember.
Yeah. He's a Native American, by the way, actually too. Yep.
And the Guardian.
But that's what I don't like. Where you have to, you get to know the characters, but you don't have to know every little detail, from each story. So I did really like this ending, except for the twist at the end where they get shot down and then they wake up in Germany where it's springtime for a certain dictator. That was a crazy twist at the end of season.
It was the man in the high tower out of nowhere.
Yeah. So
Admiral, the time is reading 12 midnight in your part of the world. And with that, I would like to take this opportunity to wish a happy 100th birthday.
Whoa!
To Mel Brooks, who just turned 100 right now.
All right, this one's for Mel. You ready? Throw out your hand, stick out your hood. Wait. Throw out your hand, stick out your tush, hands on your hips, give them a push. Well, doing the first speak. Happy birthday, Mel. Wow, 100
years old.
I believe he still resides here in New York, where he's from. If he's in California, he gets to be 99 for 3 more hours.
Yeah.
Way to go. William Shatner next.
And he's still working, man. I mean, the guy is still working on the Spaceballs, the new one. That's what they decided.
Yeah, let's see how that goes. I liked it when it was called Spaceballs 3, The Search for 2 was a better joke, but okay, thank you very much. All right, happy birthday, Mel Brooks. A great and true comedian. Yes, it is. Your Majesty, you look just like the Piss Boy, and you look like a bucket of shit.
It's good to be king.
There you go. It's good to be the king.
Yeah, I sorry to interrupt you there, Mark. It turned midnight.
No, it's good timing. Yeah, no, it's good timing. Yeah, I'm trying to find a Spaceballs clip that we can play.
I wonder if someone gave him a Laurel and Hardy handshake.
Probably.
The sheriff is a near. Everybody, come on, throw it into the chat.
I'm gonna get that shirt, by the way. The sheriff is near.
Sheriff is a near. Yeah. So after 0 Hour, we get into season 4. Season 4 is fundamentally different from any other Star Trek we ever had, and is different from season 3 as season 3 is from seasons 1 and 2. Seasons 1 and 2 were decent, but pretty much run-of-the-mill Star Trek. They were usually pretty well made, but a lot of this stuff we had seen a little bit before. They were doing it a little bit differently. It was a very likable crew. Something happens in season 2 where it doesn't do that great streaming, and also it just is not like beloved by critics and stuff. And Enterprise sort of doesn't have a lot of strength after that as far as its streaming abilities, which I guess it's such a bore that people never make it to interesting season 3. And I would say, honestly, like show defining season 4 with some of these 2 and 3 part episodes. I don't even know what to say. Like, what's the best one? I mean, season 4, you got Stormfront and Stormfront Part 2. We talked about that extensively. We get out of Yahtzee World, and it's a good enough story. I would have liked it if Archer had, say, banged a chick named Edith Keeler and just like not explained himself and took off. Why not?
Admiral, God. But before we get through Stormfront 1 and 2, did Enterprise do Yahtzees better than Voyager? or was it worse?
No, Janeway is still far more of a Yahtzee than anybody in that episode.
She's more Yahtzee than the Hirogen.
Yes, far more hot. The Hirogen are like the Hirogen are peaceniks compared to Insane Way. All right, so then we finally get what we want. We spend some money on some CGI. They take them to a giant Parisi Square Stadium or whatever the hell it is on San Francisco Harbor, right off of Starfleet Command. And we have a ceremony where they stand behind one of their shuttle pods, and all the other shuttle pods are different from the one that's there. And theirs is in front, and they're being cheered. And Archer says a couple of words. We don't get deeply into it, but we get the payoff. And what we really get is our heroes talking to CGI folk. But like Scott's real good. The CGI is not so great. It's really more than they were able to do, but we needed this moment where they were cheered. The Foley art tries to make up for it. The cheering is amazing. Scott's little talk is amazing. And I think more than anything else, the sequence where we just simply play Archer's theme and show each member of the crew as the camera pans across them, and we think about all we've been through. And these Starfleet shuttles fly overhead, and it's like the biggest celebration in the history of Earth. And you're wondering, why are there so many people here when the planet was about to be destroyed? But there was no plan B. We were going to win. But like that, different story. But I thought that one, I got emotional for Star Trek. And that's when these guys became true Star Trek heroes and true heirs to everything Star Trek, as I listened to Archer's theme and saw them in that setting and said, you know what? These guys really are amazing, amazing heroes. It was something else. I loved it.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Admiral, sir, says Radioactive Actual. Didn't Rob Zombie make a song back in the 90s about Janeway? More Yahtzee than a Yahtzee. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the in living witness Janeway is the way I kind of see her in every episode, and the way most of us probably see her. And I think that they were leading into what some of the fans were saying about Captain Janeway's extreme ways. And I think that's after Tuvok goes to the great Heisenberg coupling in the sky. But thank you so much, Radioactive Actual. This rant brought to you guys by Radio Actual. Home was a great episode. Who would like to talk a little bit about our Augment stories? It's Borderland, Cold Station 12, and the Augment. This one is possibly the most interesting, but it's wonky. The pieces are a little bit not so snapped together well. Episode 2 is the least congruous. Every time they do 3 episodes and 2 episodes after this, they do better. But this isn't terrible at all. Anyone want to talk about this one? Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, if we can, if we could give this one to Welshie, but we didn't get Welshie's take on the last 2 episodes of season 3, and I was really looking forward to hearing what he had to say.
It's your season, Welshie. Go ahead. This rant brought to you by Radioactive Actual. Do it, sir. Take your time.
All right. Thank you, Sean. No, I won't. I'll be quick. Well, personally, I really enjoyed the last 2 episodes. Countdown 0. I loved the ticking clocks that were running and multiple ones at once. I loved the rescue mission, the doomed rescue mission to rescue Hoshi. And I think that was a neat resolution to Major Hayes' character arc. We know he was always going to give his life in the call of duty, and that's great that they went there with that. And that Reed had to then step into those shoes. Great character moments for both of them. Archer was fantastic, and they let Archer be Kirk in that final episode, particularly with how he finishes off the reptilian leader. I thought that was terrific.
Yeah,
it reminded me a little bit of
death.
Reminded me a little bit of Search for Spock. You know, I have had enough of you.
Yeah,
fantastic villain's death. Villain's death.
Yeah, you gotta love that. So, and I guess I'm sort of the outlier on the panel. I was all right with them jumping into Stormfront right away. I was okay with that. And for me, time traveling Yahtzee aliens that look like vampire bats will never not be the coolest thing. So I was really happy with that. Yeah, I was okay with it. I mean, yeah, it was a bit more delayed gratification, but I was deeply all right with that. I thought it was okay, and it would have been, I don't know, they had to have a bit of a twist at the end of that, a bit of a sting at the end of that episode, eh? Because they just won this big victory, and everyone's there's a huge collective audience sigh. And they had to make it a little bit interesting. So I'm okay with it's almost a stinger, right? And I'm okay with that. So those are my thoughts on the final two episodes.
I'm going to ask you a specific question after that, but I want to acknowledge very excellent $1.99 Greenlandian greenback from the Dead Man who says, "Walk this way." To which I say, "You have earned this, sir." I think that it's time in the broadcast that we played this.
Sir, we land on the moon to go to Mars, and that's what we're doing with the moon. Sir, steam is better. Sir, honestly, the dogs are better. Sir, I have the man. Sir, my name is Razor. $1 billion, sir. $1.1 billion, sir. Sir, he has a cold. Don't shake his head. Sir.
A Terran who doesn't know the rules.
Sir, we have to take orders.
Well, we'll see to it that he learns them. What's your designation?
Sir, could you give us a name?
Bashir, Julian.
Sir, my name is Razor. Sir!
Is that a joke?
Sir, would you please sign this order?
No jokes.
Sir!
All right. It looks like there are two out there. I got one from Radioactive and one from Dead Man. Thank you very much. I had acknowledged Radioactive a little earlier. And we had ranted a little bit on his dime. Thank you very much, Radioactive, for that rant from some crazy people, brought to you by Radioactive, and some Trump video bought by everyone being so generous. And as a little perk, whatever, we played the Trump video anyway, but sometimes it's fun to celebrate a little bit, and walk this way indeed. You know what, Aerosmith. That is the one weirdest thing, the Aerosmith concert, where I figured out that they actually play the tracks of themselves and it's a karaoke rock show. That was weird. And then seeing them like 15 years later and they were still doing it and people were like walking out going like, they're still just as good as always. And I'm like, there's a reason for that. It's like singing karaoke to himself. Weird stuff, man. Might have been best to give it up for them. So season 3 we talked about. I want to ask you though, Welshie, how did you feel? Did it get you in the feels of Star Trek when you saw the crew and our heroes and heard Archer's theme when they were at that amphitheater in San Francisco being acknowledged by their peers at Starfleet? Did that really get you?
Yeah, I guess it did. I kind of feel like they should have played the Rocky theme or maybe Eye of the Tiger instead. But yeah, it was nice. It was a nice sort of resolution to that stream, or a storyline. The episode Home is a terrific episode, though. Absolutely brilliant. Because it explores
that arc.
Yeah, that's the real ending, right? And it does what it does for Archer. What is it? Family. It's the one that follows the best of both worlds, where Picard goes home.
Family's the one with Renee.
Yeah, after he's been freed from the Borg, right? That episode Home does for Archer what Family did for Picard. They're dealing with different kinds of guilt and grief and all the rest. Mm-hmm. But and Archer's, of course, very, very apparent in his dreams. When he sees the people, the creatures he's killed and all the rest, and he's confronted by what is it? They want to name high schools after him, and he's like, I don't deserve it. That he knows he's not this great heroic character that he's made out to be, because he's had to do some terrible things in order to succeed. But it's a really nice. Yeah, well, it's a really nice follow-up. There are ongoing.
It's a celebration that we needed after their accomplishment. Yeah. But right now, let me just cut in. Resolute Germ needs to beam off. Germ, what do what are you up to this week? What do people need to know, aside from the fact that anyone not subscribed to Resolute Germ has something out for themselves? Because when I subscribed to Germ, I lost 10 pounds and some of my hair grew back. I don't know. Results may vary, but that's what happened when I did it. And we've moved to season 4.
Well, this week for Independence Day, we'll be watching Independence Day Resurgence on Monday.
I can't wait. All right. So way to go, Germ. It was great to see you here.
Hey, Germ, before you go, I want to thank you. I did get this book. I'm big in me here. I did get the book, and I'm a little over 100 pages in. It's excellent. Thank you for this recommendation, sir. It's really, really good. You guys,
what's it about?
It's called The Good That Men Do, and
the real end of Trip.
The real end
of
real
Trip.
Story.
Gotcha. It's an alternative. Well, not an alternative. It's the real. Okay, yeah.
It's the real one now.
It reads so well. All the characters, I can hear them. That this author nails every character. Like the things they say, that the way they think, the way they act. It feels like I'm watching another episode of Enterprise that we missed out on. It's really good. So thanks, Germ.
Glad you like it. It is in every layer of canon except for television. It is the accepted canon for
in TV. That canon that they're throwing at us is pretty disputable. It's very easy to impugn it and say it's a choose your own adventure on the Enterprise. Even Deanna says some things that make it questionable right there. All right, Germ. Thanks a lot, sir. I'll see you on Monday for the movie.
Good journey, Germ.
All right. Okay, so let's hustle through these stories a little bit without going too crazy and also doing them justice. All right, so the Augments arc is 3 episodes. Cold Station 12 is the weak sister, only because of the really obviously created Jeopardy where Archer has to like blow the viruses out into space and all the other stuff. But like, this was when you start to realize we were doing New Trek at the same time, and we were realizing at this point, Enterprise starts to seem like Shakespeare or Thackeray or Dickens, or Hemingway.
I don't know if it goes all that way, but I just love this.
This trilogy. Go ahead.
Cold Station, the Augments. Yeah, sorry to cut you off.
I love the story. Yeah, go ahead. Take it away.
It's 3-story arc. Sometimes I really don't like it when they bring back characters from other Treks to act in this, especially when Brent Spiner is so distinguishable. But I think they do it in a really great way. The thing that I also like about this is it does build on the world with the Denobulans and other things that we haven't seen before. And we get some new ships. We get all this other stuff around it. And is it really, Gene Star Trek again? No. I think Moonves in Braga and the crew have kind of given up on that vision, but especially with the budget cut for this season, I think they just do a really awesome job playing with all of the storyline and all the stuff with Augments and leading up into the Khan idea without messing with canon. I know some people might disagree with me on that. I don't think any of this messes with canon at all. I love it. Like if I'm going to go back and rewatch Enterprise for a couple hours, I'm probably going to pick this story.
It's like a tangent of that part of canon. So you're right. It's good.
It
as cold,
does.
As cold opens though. I was going to say as cold as. Sorry, Emma, go ahead.
I was going to say. First of all, I've seen pictures of my ancestors, and what's weird is they all look exactly like me. It's really, really uncanny. Also,
Admiral, sir, there's a reason.
I don't know what to tell you. It's like everybody in the Admiral Teague family is like, we all look exactly the same. It's just
happens.
Weird, right?
Well, I was with a buddy tonight, and I'm like walking out with their kid, and I'm like, your kid is a clone of your brother, like of the same age. And it's like, they're like, yeah, you're right. It's like his own kids don't look as much like he does, it's a sister's kid. And it's like, oh my God, it's like the same age. It's like, that's the kid. It's like, that's.
I don't look anything like I don't
Yes,
think
you
that's
do.
the
Yeah, you
established
do.
Star Trek.
You do, yeah.
You do.
Oops. Yeah.
You do.
No escaping it.
He's like 28 there, though.
Well, he's better looking than you, but other than that, it does look like you. Yes.
He's not. He's not. He's not better looking. He's just younger.
You set yourself up for that one. You walked right into that. Cruise on Mutiny. There's a picture of my my mother-in-law that we put up years ago. My daughter was 5. She's like, I don't have a dress like that. Like, that's your grandmother. She's like, but that's me. That's your grandmother. You're at age 5. She was freaked out by it.
Mhm.
And
My-
it's a spitting image, yeah.
Yeah, I could say my aunt pulled out a picture out of my grandparents' attic years ago when we were getting the house ready to sell. It was the one he bought after World War II. And she showed me this picture, and I was like, who the heck is this? It was my great-grandmother. Her face and my face looked like 90% the same. It was uncanny. So it can happen. Now, doing this 50 times through Star Trek P Hard and all the rest,
Yeah.
it gets a little less believable. But here, sure, why not? Just reuse the actor. You could do a whole lot worse in terms of acting talent than him.
And Spiner is great in these episodes too. So
He actually is. It gets forgotten because he's just so terrible in some of those other episodes, but he is pretty good in that.
I'm laughing at our private chat. I can't read that one out loud.
No, we're not being
One day we're gonna have a show where we're gonna let people see the private chat, but not this.
No, these are really good episodes, yeah. And of course, the first episode they get rid of the temporal Cold War. Finally, they end it, right? So, like mercifully, the temporal Cold War is over. So, but yeah, then you roll right into these episodes, and I remember watching. I'm like, wow, this is. I didn't think it would be good, but like, this is really good.
Look, Admiral, there you are back in the Roman days.
Wow, with glass.
God.
The Romans had really great technique for making lenses back then.
Yeah,
I like it. It makes me look like it looks like Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro had a child.
It does.
And you met General Patton back then too, when he was living as a Roman soldier. Yep.
I am General Patton. I met Flint the Immortal. That's what I met. By the way, here's one for Cold Station 12 in our augments. We have this. I'm sorry, that's that you've looked at for long enough. We have this.
Don't mention the light bulb.
Do the lights in your office flicker every now and then?
Is it loading?
Yeah, it just played. Didn't play.
Oh, sir.
Not on my end.
Don't mention the light bulb.
Do the lights in your office flicker every now and then?
No one saw it, huh?
No, I saw
No,
it.
we saw it. Yeah.
No, it's a glitch.
Well,
on my
it
end.
existed.
Okay. But it didn't exist. All right. So the augment with Brent Spiner doing a really good acting job, being well used, and I guess whatever, great uncle to Noonien Soong. I guess he's a geneticist instead of a roboticist, and then he gets the idea, gee, maybe someone could make like a mechanical man instead of trying to improve humans. Probably be a lot easier to just make a robot. And he starts like writing away. And I thought the payoff and punishment for that character was great. He was deprived of technology, but because he helped them, Archer said, no, we're not burning the things that you create anymore. We're giving them to scientists and our best minds who are going to test them out and see if they can be used to improve humanity. And he's like, fine, I'm going to create replicators, or who knows what he came up with. You know what I mean? So that was kind of a cool little arc, and their future justice and how like he played a nuanced bad guy. That was a really good 3-episode arc.
Yeah, absolutely.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Hey, Radioactive Actual with $2 Greenlandian greenback says, Admiral Teagius from Carthaginians Wars. Oh, that seems to be an invitation. Let's see. I think we might need to listen to somebody tell us just a little bit about that. Sir, can you tell us about the Carthaginians?
The Carthaginians defending the city were attacked by 3 Roman legions. Arab women stripped them of their tunics and their swords and lances. The soldiers lay naked in the sun. 2,000 years ago, I was here. Well, this match will not be postponed.
By the way, if Albert Kurtzman had continued, we would have gotten like the Rome planet versus like a Carthage planet, and he would have like tried to correct the right of like the Western society of white people winning the war, and like Carthage 3 beat like Romanus. It's like, yeah, I've set right with my space triremes. I've set right another historical injustice.
You've gone too far in a few places.
No, you can never too far in condemning Alex Kurtzman. But yeah,
I had my finger on that button right there.
I hate to burst Patton's bubble.
In October.
The great general as he is, the Carthaginians were not an Arabic people, and were not invaded.
Seafaring people who didn't go too far in
Mediterranean at that time. And
they were the Phoenicians.
Yes, yeah, they were related
the
to
fornicators. What did you call them? The fornicators? What did you say?
You gotta love that. I mean, that makes them pretty cool too. So after the augments, we get another 3-episode arc. We've jokingly called it the USB stick of Sirach. The Forge is a great series of stories where I was shocked at how into it I was and how enjoyable it was. And it was a series of little side trips where we went right after existing Star Trek lore from TOS in a reparative and deeply respectful way, where we didn't try to change much or anything, and it ideally changed nothing, and we merely like deeply contextualized. The Vulcan one's the first one to get us ready. It's an apology for kind of screwing up the Vulcans to a degree, or at least an acknowledgement and a planned way of showing why these Vulcans were a bit deceitful, were a little bit underhanded and arrogant, and also had emotions in the sense of, arrogance. Arrogance is an emotion. And the USB stick of Sirach was a great 3-episode arc. Maybe the weakest moment was the lightning that comes out of nowhere and will kill you if you're the right. You get when Siron gets deleted by the lightning out of nowhere, and we have to put Sirach's Katra. It's a Archer. A little crazy.
Yeah, that was a little that happened so that the plot
convenience.
We didn't need him to ever be inside Archer's mind. He
I
mind meld.
I don't know about that.
We could have had a mind meld, but we could have got there. By the way, what I'm saying is with Siren could have been hurt, but alive enough to mind meld and have that experience with Archer, so that nothing else changes. You
could have been really cool to see T'Pol get stuck with that Katra. It would have been a good character arc for her as well. That could have worked.
I don't know, Sean, because
still I see you've been melding
with T'Pol, because she's Vulcan already. It's sort of there's less internal conflict than there is with this deeply emotional, strongly guided by intuition character in Archer, right? There's a bit more of a conflict there. So I don't know, mate. I don't know if that would have worked as well as having Archer take it on.
I think it could have, because she had already been compromised by the Trellium, so she was already a little bit more susceptible to kind of acknowledging emotion. So I'm just saying it could have worked. I'm not saying I would have preferred it, but they could have made that work as well.
I thought the Vulcan trilogy was a good start to our canon addressing shows, but it was the weakest and it was the best to be put where it was. Very strong performance by Zora. Well, I thought the Klingon one and the Romulan one and the one for some of the other species were really good. Some of our best stories are just yet to come. So I did like Kirshara a lot. And I thought it contextualized it. If anything, it was the most important to Enterprise itself, to justifying some things that a lot of people have problems with. For people who are like frustrated about the Vulcans, I'm like, if you can't get past the Vulcans, watch Kishara first, and then you'll understand, because they do build up to it and earn all the things that are different. They really do. Go ahead, Welshie.
I was going to say, T'Pau was particularly well portrayed.
Yes.
Because that sets up TOS,
She wears
really
that
nicely.
white outfit.
Yeah, well, that too. But I mean, the character was well done as well. And I think it's really important we acknowledge that this 3-episode arc is the development of the Vulcans as a stoic and fatalistic people, which could be summed up in their species motto, Que Serac, Serac.
Yeah.
I have to work that in somewhere. Sorry, you weren't escaping that.
That joke.
Ouch. That was too good.
RJ likes the Augment arc too.
That's almost as bad as the
Carthage was sick. Carthage had some traditions that were said to be Roman propaganda that got proven. Let's go on a Carthage tangent for 10 minutes, people. We're going to keep it to 4. We kept that one was pretty brief. Klingon forehead ridges getting removed was cool. Yeah, I was going to say I thought that one was really strong. Here's the deal. We move
Uncle
forward.
Phil was Klingon commander.
Our next one is we get 2 standalones in a row. Rare for this season. I liked them both a lot. The one I liked better was Daedalus. Daedalus was really cool. That's about the guy who invents the transporter, and he's trying to get his son back.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They kind of like the transporter. They like in the augments, they mix the augments with the replicants, and they're always auglicants whenever Star Trek deals with them from then on in. And it's been a sort of successful idea. But in Daedalus, it's like they kind of mix Star Trek with the Force a little bit, because it's like jumping into this transporter that was still early and experimental causes this guy to become a Force ghost, and he resonates and apparates. And if you go to a certain part of space that's, for lack of a better term, very forcey, his Force ghost can show up and be like, and like kind of say a couple of words and then disappear. And it's pretty obvious that life ain't so great for this Force ghost who's trapped in like some kind of recycling early transporter that's just like, he's like relooping it, and he's going to the forciest part of space, and he's just like this permanent Force ghost, and they're able to release him. I like Daedalus, and Observer Effect is good with some good acting, especially from Linda Park. And this is like almost a goodbye to Hoshi in Observer Effect. We don't spend a lot of time with her, and it has implications for future episodes. Anyone want to talk about Observer Effect? I took care of Daedalus there.
Well, I just want to say real quick, Daedalus, that was a great episode with, a friend, friend of Archer, and man, that was a
Miles Dyson.
Miles
Dyson.
Yep, and I really like that episode. And that's a great standalone episode too, right? Because Archer.
It is a great episode.
It's very TOS-y.
Yeah,
he's
very
so,
TOS.
He's so Daystrom. He is so Daystrom. I'm convinced that's why they went with a black actor.
That was a really, really well done, and and then it makes sense too. The transporter is new tech, right? So that's why McCoy kind of explains how McCoy is so scared of being.
Well, the accident was like 15 or 17 years before.
The only difference between the Daystrom that we see in this episode is when he's telling the computer how good it is, he goes, "I'm the shit, you the shit, we the shit."
I like when he goes to his quarters and looks around behind his back and opens up that bag, and there's that mechanical hand inside, and he's like, I can do something with this, and maybe that'll get me the lucky break I need to get my son, but to bring back my son.
He had a mechanical arm.
Thank you.
Just about to press it.
God, your instincts serve you well. We're like a World War II bomber crew, man. It's like we're target, man. All right, JT, you get control of the plane for a moment here. Talk to us about observer effects, you and Mark. Come on, let's get your thoughts here. After Hoshi and Trip contract a deadly virus, two aliens possess the bodies of other crew members to observe humanity's reaction to tragedy.
Yeah, so this is a half new, half reused idea from what I remember in TNG, and the name of the episode's escaping me, but the one I'm thinking of in particular is when the crew of a crashed starship, the ghosts or whatnot, the entities that take
Oasis.
over the crew in
Power Play.
That's actually
Power Play.
Enterprise. It's an earlier Enterprise episode.
Well,
Oasis is echoed in this one.
Sure. So we have at least two episodes that we're all thinking of where this has been done before, and I'd rather rewatch the episode with what is it, Keiko it's Miles and Troy getting taken over, and to that I could say this episode is decent. You may now give birth.
There you go.
You
Mark,
may not give birth, Worf.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you've got the Organians again, right? And that's what was the TNG episode where they're on the planet and
Errand of
Day of the Dove.
Errand of Mercy is the Organians.
That's right, Errand of Mercy.
No, the TNG where they're observing the planet and then their cover is blown, and they say, I'm trying to forget the
Star
name.
Trek Indigestion.
It's who watches the Watchers.
Yeah, who watches the So that's
it would be logical to assume the Mintonkins.
So that's that's comparable. I'm thinking of the Organians, like they're observing and running all these tests, and it's just horrific, right? When they're doing this to and they've done this to many other crews. So I think it's really and Archer gets doesn't he get a really great speech in the end of this one, or calling out the Organians, and so I think is the Organians.
He calls them out the way that Kirk should have called out the Metrons. Like, listen, you freak! I'm not here to play on your reality TV and beat up on some lizard man for your amusement. No, I won't kill him.
Right. So I mean, it's a nice way to do a prequel of the Organians too. So. But I think it's a scary, creepy episode, and because Trip and Hoshi both die, and but it's like they're playing gods, right? And so is you, and then they're showing it's always the promise of the human race and what we can show in the future. But I really like the episode. Yeah, I give it a thumbs up.
Connor Trenier gives a really good performance in that episode. He really comes across real alien and kind of weird.
Yeah,
he just kind of like in Meet Joe Black, Brad Pitt kind of changed his cadence. He changed his delivery a little bit just to seem a little off. That's what Connor Trenier really pulled that off in this episode.
Yeah. Yeah, and the great moral dilemma in Star Trek. So another episode that makes you think, right? So I did really like it, yeah. And it's a nice way to like tie in TOS without wrecking canon, right?
It hinted at it.
Yeah.
Then we get another very interesting cycle of three, starting with Babel 1, United, and the ANR. And who could forget United as the episode where Michael Sussman chose to decloak and say hi to us. And wow, what a wild night that was to get to talk to the guy who brought all of this to us. Let me tell you, RJ Godzilla, it was something else, man. It was something else to look out there and see a chat from Sussman. And I think it was exactly the night that Operation Strait of Vermouth started, because like everyone was watching that. What? So anyway, it was the night that we bombed the strip.
There's a Tegan slip there.
Yeah.
Oh, so anyway, so they Jaeger bombed the Strait of Vermouth, and a few of those will go a long way, and Sussman showed up and was in the chat, And it was cool to get to talk to him for a couple of minutes before StreamYards kicked me. Hey, Lemon Pie says the guy in Office Space can't get a break. Even in Enterprise was.
I'm a people person. That's
guy from Office
the
Space.
he was the guy that did the jump to conclusions, Matt. That ended up like is in a body cast. That's the guy that played the doctor in Cold Station.
Oh yeah. That guy is great. He also, when he was younger, looked a little different. I think he's the guy who gets told top men are going to be tells Indiana Jones that top men are going to.
Oh
take care of him.
yeah.
Doesn't Joe
he also
Pesci
had
threaten
a
him in
cool
Casino?
Yeah,
Say
he
that
had a cool part in the game Wing Commander 4, the one that had Mark Hamill in it. He played like a mechanic.
Yeah.
Welshie, what was that?
I think that isn't that guy that gets threatened by Joe Pesci in Casino. He's like the bank manager.
Yeah, he's the banker.
Yeah, and he says, I'll come out here and I'll crack your fucking head. And then when I come out of my prison, you'll come out of your coma. And I'll come crack your fucking head again. Because I'm that crazy.
Yeah.
Or some words to those effects, I think.
Good point on the Metrons. They weren't being that mean. Those were some weird Metrons too. And I guess it does that one. They're still paying like a lot of attention to TOS. It's like just to bring in the Metrons and to make them a little bit ambivalent and observer like. They didn't change how I viewed
Are they
the
actually
Metrons.
the Metrons? Do we hear that in the episode?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think they might mind wipe them on that one too. It's like, we're going to we were never here. I think it's one of the rare total buybacks.
The top men guy in Radars is Porkins from Star Wars, and also
I thought that Porkins is Eckhart from Batman, and top men from Raiders is the guy who gets the killed in Terminator 2 at the snack machine. They might be
guy
different
with the
guys.
twin. No, that's a different guy. That's the
top men guy.
Actor named William Hootkins, I think. Didn't he play Friar Tuck in the Robin Hood Prince of Thieves, Kevin Costner?
The worst Robin Hood ever is Russell Crowe, and the worst Friar Tuck is the guy from the Full Monty. That just sucked.
No, Admiral, I did remember correctly. It was William Hootkins was the top men guy who was Porkins.
Yeah, that's right.
Congratulations. I believe you. You're correct. And I stand corrected, sir. He was a person. He was a people person. He was a Natalie Port person. So the A&R ends with a reveal that it's the Romulans who are causing all these problems, but our heroes don't really find that out. And we had some great inside the spaceship action. I thought that one was really good, invoking several episodes, including Enterprise Incident. I thought it was a really good episode of its own. And I thought it was a great episode where we showed how much our heroes cared about each other and how far they'd go to save each other, and how the crew of the Enterprise, through earned experience, has now become this formidable force for good. They're just like fucking SEAL Team 6 going in there taking care of every single problem. So anyone else want to jump in on the Romulan go ahead.
Real quick. So that trilogy is referenced in this book that I'm reading. We do get some follow-up on what happens with Shran. It's really interesting.
It's okay, RJ Goodall. I know that RJ Godzilla. I know that nothing like progressive lenses to make everything one big blur. RJ Godzilla. I know Porkins, not Perkins. Sorry to autocorrect. Sucks sometimes. Don't worry about it. We so appreciate that you're communicating with us and telling us what you want to say.
Yeah, we got
you. You know what? We got you. And speaking of gotcha,
we knew you weren't referencing Anthony Perkins.
No.
Yeah.
And you know what we got? Which do you prefer, Enterprise Season 3, the Xindi arc? 30%. Season 4, 2 and 3 episode arcs. 33%. You're all wonderful people. We're going
I
to find
prefer
out who's going to win
the
that.
T'Pol arc.
Yeah. You know what? I think what we're seeing here is people bought in very much to these equally valid and equally different and weird Star Treks. That they were into them. People were able to enjoy these quirky, weird but fun Star Trek riffs, and that Justice Trek ended up working out, even if we were a little vengeful about it. RR. Okay, Richard Reel is the real name of the actor in Star Trek. He was in the movie Office Space. Okay. Yeah, Office Space is great. I always remember Stephen Root as the guy who's allowed to listen to the radio very quietly on Thursdays between 9 and 9:30, because like that reminded me of like there was like real contention in the office I worked in the 90s that people had to be allowed to listen to Howard Stern.
Wow.
The things couldn't be done if Howard Stern was damn you can put on the Muzak later. We're going to listen to Howard Stern or we're going to be late for work. And people were like united in that. So they like would let us listen to Howard at work. It was pretty cool. It made for a happier office. All right. So that's our Augment arc out of the way, and also a talk about the Organians. Sorry, guys, I'm looking.
We were talking about the Anar and the 3-part Romulans.
And the Romulan skit.
Yeah, my whole thing on this is, bring in Romulans, don't bring in Romulans. How much exposure do humans in the Federation and Vulcan and all that have in relation to them? All of that is all over the place in like beta canon and all this stuff. My thing is we never see the Anar after Enterprise. So when you bring in a new species like this that's supposed to be on Andoria, where did they go? In this species just seemed a little too convenient and a little too powerful.
I was going to say we use them in Strange New Worlds.
They're very small population.
Strange New Worlds, the fake track.
Yeah, they have an Anar and they didn't change him much. They
killed him off.
And he was actually one of the
Hammer was okay,
yeah, one of the few decent characters, and they got rid of the character with disability.
Okay, yeah.
Well, so I was only talking about real Star Trek there. I guess we should put it asterisk.
Doesn't matter then. Fair play.
But the crazy thing was like, of all the characters on the show, we can't stand this show, but like
come on,
he was actually
semi-decent. We can do this. If we get 30 likes, there'll be cake.
And that's kind of just the problem of having a prequel like this, is that you just introduce these things. These species here are incredibly powerful with their telekinetic and telepathic abilities, right? And then they just poof, they're gone. You never hear from them ever again. And it feels just a little too awkward and just a little too convenient for me. I know it may seem like a nitpick to some, but that kind of takes the believability of this whole thing out a little bit. And technology having advanced to the point that it has, even in 20 years, I don't think we actually need the ANR to run these ships remotely.
It was a
You
pretty
just run it
cool
with a computer.
It was a pretty cool hack for the story, though. I thought it was cool, and I thought it made the Romulans look super mean and cruel. I thought it was really, and also, it made the Andorians look like dicks. They weren't allowed to be perfect, and then their sort of way of trying to integrate the ANR in, it was like imperfect and sort of open to criticism, and like it was able to hold a mirror up to our society without like saying like, look at this specific group and this specific thing, and you should be ashamed, and we're gonna wag our finger. It was like light enough Star Trek, like addressing like moral stuff. Like, I think like the ANR were sort of like the North Koreans who try to who defect. Like, you have to hang out in like a we don't trust you camp for like 2 years before they let you go. And they like re-educate you, because you might just be a spy and you might just want to like, kaboom, boom, a bridge, like they don't really trust their neighbors to the north in South Korea. Surprise.
Yep.
Also The next one for the 3-episode arc is with the kidnapping of Phlox from the Klingons, and it's affliction, divergence. Affliction and divergence. It's a two-parter where we deal with the Klingons and their ridges and their lack of ridges. This one's difficult to talk about, especially to make an upload. The Klingons decide to take some certain shortcuts and do some experimenting to make themselves their own auglicants, and they want to make Klingon augments based on what they've seen from the events earlier in the season.
And they have Klingon Tony Fianchi there facilitating everything. Yeah.
We have a good performance. Go ahead.
Oh, that
isn't that? I just got to say though, isn't that cold open with the augments when they're taken aboard the Klingon ship? Isn't that fantastic though? Where they kick 7 kinds of shit out of the Klingons. I used to cheer in at that point because the Klingons in Enterprise are unreserved bastards. Like every appearance, they're just a bunch of pricks. So it's fantastic to see them absolutely get destroyed by the augments.
They're dicks in this one. We figured that the only explanation for this version of the Klingon Empire is that, like, if you're in the Empire, everyone works together to stop you if you go into their territory. But if you want to go off a Klingoning and take over a planet and oppress those people, well, that's just fine, and you can be governor if your house can pull it off. And they're not going to give you a hard time. Like Vikings. Like, you want to go to Greenland? Go ahead. Like, we love you guys. You're crazy. Go ahead, you crazy bastards. And maybe their vocabulary doesn't have a word for please. We don't know. But
it was kind of fun, though, Welshie. I will agree to see them out Klingon the Klingons. It just lay the smackdown in the opener.
To see the augments and how they looked like the old school Klingons and the detail paid to that and how much respect was shown to the original artistry. I thought that there was no better way of doing it, and I think it beats more trouble, more tribbles as far as level of respect and as far as its effect on Star Trek canon. Absolutely, just you can forget about it if you want to be, if you want to forget about it, but if you want to use that for the reason why they have ridges and then they don't have ridges for a while, it really just slips in very nicely, threads right in there. And it's not offensive. It's not crazy. It's based on stuff earlier in the season. And I thought that the Klingon Auglicant two-parter where Archer uses some medical magic to kind of fix their whole ridges problem for continuity. We do some major fixing to the continuity. We go warp speed in an operational sort of way, if you know what I mean, with the Klingons, and we jab them up, and they're fine. It's kind of cool, and our Klingon lead scientist gives a good performance. That one I thought was really good. I gave that one an A+. I really enjoyed that one. Anyone anything to say about the kidnapping of Dr. Phlox and the Klingon arc? Anything?
Yeah, that was. Go ahead, Mark.
Oh yeah, I thought it was really good. Yeah, I mean, Phlox is great, and another moral dilemma too. Star Trek should make you think. So, yeah, it's kind of hokey. You're like, we didn't have the makeup for the Klingons back in TOS because they couldn't afford it or probably couldn't afford it. I think they could have done it. But just really expensive. And it's a great way, another retcon that kind of works, and it doesn't wreck anything else. And yeah, maybe people scoff at it, but I did love the moral dilemma. And Phlox is actually, one point in that episode, he's like, you just have to let me finish, Cap. I know they've kidnapped me, but you got to let me finish. We got to save these Klingons, because he's a doctor. They don't have a Hippocratic oath, I'm sure, do no harm, but maybe they have something similar as a physician.
The Nobulan, polytheistic, the Nobulan polygamist oath.
Right? But I'd like, how are they going to pull this off? I'm like, they pull it off pretty well, and it's a nice mini movie, right? You get 3 episodes.
It really is.
Yeah, so I give it an A+.
And again, you're free to reject it if you're a purist. We got Uncle Philip as a Klingon, and he's great.
It's the only way they could have retconned that
It's not
whole
his
thing
first
with the
time either.
Klingons. You know, like you have to. You know, for people that say, give me some explanation why the Klingons look different. This is probably the only way they could have done it, and they did it in a fun and entertaining way, and tied in the Khan stuff and tied in Klingon stuff. They really meshed together a lot of things, even DS9. There's so many tie-ins to other episodes, and I thought it was done brilliantly.
It's a shorter season than seasons
Yeah.
1 and 2 with season 4. So, like, even though we skid over the 3-hour mark just barely, you know what? We're not going anywhere till we're finished, but there's only like 3 stories left to assess before we give our final thoughts. You know, no need to go running. Yeah, we're going to finish this one out. One of the reasons we've shown so much brevity and been so disciplined is so we could have an episode like this once in a while. And believe me, July 23rd, when New Trek starts, my friends, it takes a couple of hours to process the New Trek rage. Let me tell you, when you've got Germ yelling, "Damn it, I don't want to watch this anymore." I mean, yeah. And then saying he hates it so much that he's going to watch it just so he can slag on it. That's anger. So like we'll have that time. This was, you know, at the end of the Enterprise. We have been doing it for years. Part 1 we kept short. This one's an outlier long. What are you gonna do? We apologize. And for those of you hanging in there with us, we're going to give you completion on seasons 3 and 4. There's only 3 stories left, and then we'll have like a little retrospective talk. So thank you so much. So here we go. The next series is the next episode is a standalone. It is Divergence. Bound. Bound is touching on the original series with the Orion chicks, and we've got 3 hot green ladies. One of them is Batilla and Nator from whatever you call it. She looks hot without the Klingon makeup. One of our green chicks is in Star Trek previously too, and then one chick's just like a dancer, and like their Orion chick dance is so amazing, and that flip of the script where they basically say like actually Captain Archer, you're wrong, we're the Harry Belafontes of space here. With the Orions, the women are smarter, that's why, you know, ugly women never let you down. They just like, they're touching on a lot of TOS, but the one that weirdly they touch on most is Helen of Troyes with the mind control thing. I thought that this one was an interesting invocation of a lot of season 3 stuff and Vina from the cage, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed Bound a lot. Might be the best standalone of the season next to Daedalus. Daedalus is definitely your best standalone. What do you guys think? Bound.
I hated this episode.
Did you?
Yeah.
Those chicks were hot.
Yeah, but it was stupid. Didn't do anything for me. I can't really tell you why, but I've never liked it.
I was moved in several ways. Okay, anyone else? Bound?
I'll just say this. I think the only reason it was done was to move the Trip and T'Pol thing, because they used their connection as the immunity that they both had.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. We had a little bit of naked time in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And then after Bound, we've talked about this one. We've done 2 whole episodes on it. No need to talk about it a lot. We'll just mention it. The Mirror 2-parter, In a Mirror Darkly, was actually possibly the best Mirror episode. A lot of us thought so. I think so. The most well-developed. Mirror Archer, I honestly think the way they play him as like a weird, totally crazy, insecure nut who like they set up that thing that he'll grab anything and drink it the first time we see him, and they keep going with it. The genesis of the agonizer booths, the Agonizers. It was everything those Deep Space Nine Mirror episodes weren't. It was great. They were evil. We had our Agonizers. We had our plot to topple the Terran government, which is always very important in your Mirror episodes. In your 2 successful ones, we mess with the Terran Empire. In our 3 terrible ones, we just our 5 fucking terrible ones. We look at Mira Kira looking hot. I mean, and lusty space swab Benjamin Sisko, and all this other weird stuff. And let Mirror Jennifer just walk around the station and babysit Jake. I mean, it's fucking crazy. So this 2-part Mirror episode for Enterprise, by far the best Mirror episode, unless you want to make an argument for TOS. And the Tholian Web is improved by it, in my opinion, as is their Mirror episode. Both are improved by this one. It does not take anything away from them, and it also is not dependent upon them. And there she is. You've got an emoji of her. It's Mira Hoshi, sirs and madams. Oh, my God. Sirs, madams, sirs.
Mira Hoshi, we salute you. Sha Wing.
She can make a storm happen, is what I've heard.
Yeah.
I got a phone call this week. From my Star Trek source, and I asked him about Tom Hardy, and he said the Nemesis connection is true. It's how she met him, and that he said, "Did you know that Paramount just fired him?" No, I'm sorry, Apple TV just fired him, and everybody, including Helen Mirren, said that he was unprofessional and nuts and a jerk and showing up unprepared and not making any sense and being difficult, and they were glad to be rid of him. And for Hollywood people, to body slam a Hollywood star like that, for one to do it to another, what did he do? Oh my God! So accusations of not being professional. Yeah,
he was the bane. So he was the bane of everyone's existence on that series.
He absolutely was, to be honest with you. So they're like more than happy he's gone, and that's the deal on that one.
Wow.
It is shocking. We'll find out more, but. Apparently that's how he and Linda Park met. And what my source told me was maybe a relapse, because that's why they broke up. That's what the source said, was that Tom Hardy, maybe the reason his career went away for a little while and then came back so strong was he had to get it together and get off booze or whatever he was on. And that maybe now like he's acting crazy because of relapse. But you know what plan B is? He could be crazy. But beautiful Linda Park did date Tom Hardy. I'm sorry. He's unrecognizable. He is unrecognizable as who he is in his Road Warrior role and in his roles in other stuff. He's just unrecognizable. And his acting is really, it's pretty good in a terrible movie. I mean, Star Trek Vaginosis is fucking horrible. Don't watch it. But like weird news about that. And when I was talking to them, I said to them, "Are you sure about what happened with William Shatner?" And they said, "Sir, I'm 100% sure." And I said, "Can we source this to the Paramount casting department?" He said, "Sir, there's no piece of paper that says it, but everyone's acting like it's true and talking about it freely, sir." And I said, "What about this other video that's out that says it?" And they said, "Sir, if you'll notice, no one's moved to get rid of it. It's real. It's true." So that information was passed along a long time ago. Admiral Teague's going to have to do something to get that on track if that story is not told, because there's a tale of somebody yelling, shouting at the great William Shatner. And that's not going to happen on our watch. Yeah, that video is going to be pretty. It's going to be pretty mind blowing. Look for probably 2 Star Trek videos this week, And then next week, whoa, we have something for you. We got something else. We got Patton. But with the Mirror Universe taken care of, that leaves us only with a couple of episodes left to discuss. And they're no big deal. They are, because we just did them. Demons in Terra Prime. Absolutely awesome episodes. Great. It made us wish that Peter Weller had worked in Star Trek again. It was terrible that we didn't get him again. Anybody want to make honorable mention of these fantastic final episodes of Star? There's never any Star Trek again except the one Jonathan Frakes to the rescue episode that sucks. So Terra Prime we view as the series finale, and I think it is easily. You want to say top 100 episodes of Star Trek of all time? I'm going to say, you know what? It's not good enough for that great two-parter. It's a top 50. It's better than almost all TNG episodes. It really is. It is a really, really good episode. I love Demons in Terra Prime. It's better than most of it's on par or better than most of TNG. It really is.
Chain of Command? Is it as good as Chain of Command?
There's probably 40 TNG episodes better than it, but I'm saying it's real good. It's a top 100 Star Trek episode, and in that 100, it might slot in at 50 because the TOS episodes, I mean, they're sort of sacrosanct, and you can't really rate them. They are the great episodes of TOS. Because even Turnabout Intruder is great. So when objectively ranking the Star Trek episodes of TOS, we're going to default to Sean's Why It's Great system, and that'll be most of the discussion. No one needs a plot synopsis of Trouble with Tribbles. Everyone knows, okay? We're going to go into the TOS episodes with minimal plot synopsis. Here's the assumption. Everyone's seen TOS at least fucking once, all right?
You better. Well, Nick Weiser's just watching it now.
We love Nick Weiser. How that happened, we'll never know. Were his parents like hippies who had no TV?
I think that some people miss, he's a youngin', so you could have missed it. Like in the 70s and 80s, there wasn't a lot of stuff on rerun either. It was Star Trek, Brady Bunch, Gilligan's Island, like everyone, Partridge Family.
But that's when his parents need to go to another town on a really long vacation and let him see it so that they can buy the videotapes so they can watch them when they go home. So he could be the smartest kid in town. It would have given him he would be mayor of Chicago if they had done that.
Yeah, and so we love what's his name, Brandon Johnson.
Anyway, you know what? Nick Weiser, I would argue, would be a better mayor.
Yes.
And he would have box seats to the Blackhawks game. So Nick Weiser, I mean, I'm glad you're watching it now, though. It will be interesting to get some reactions from him because I know JT streams them and you know him. So it's great. We love Nick Weiser. Everyone should subscribe to Nick Weiser. He's not so toxic, that toxic Nick on X. It's a great guy. Anyway, we only have the Terra Prime episode left. It's great. Guys, jump in and talk about it. We talked extensively about it. We did a really deep dive into it. We did one episode per each episode of the two-parter, and peak Star Trek, peak Enterprise. There's maybe 5 episodes of Enterprise better than that one. It's really good. Anyone?
I'll say this for it, is that it deals with issues that only become more relevant with time. Because the issues dealt with in Terra Prime are incredibly, I mean, especially given what's come out on what Elon released on X, the Uwe Boll film recently. That Terra Prime is now incredibly relevant to modern issues, right?
Citizen Vigilante is the movie you're speaking of. You know what? A lot of people were talking about how freedom of speech might be the only argument because it's not such a great movie.
Yeah, no, I heard your discussion on Nielsen ratings. You were on with Lance. Yeah, it was good. You guys had a
one of my quietest appearances on any talk show.
Yeah, but
I hadn't seen Citizen Vigilante, so I just shut up on that one. I'm like, I'm not weighing in on this.
Have you seen it
yet? That
was
controversial. No, I haven't had a chance. I've been a little busy since then, but I look forward to it.
A lot of the key clips are available on YouTube, uncensored, unfiltered. So
it's free on X now. Is it free on X?
Free on X. Yeah, Elon put it out. the scenes that got it banned in Germany are the ones that are on YouTube. So you can see why and draw your own conclusions about whether you agree with it, whether you don't. Like Lance's point, it's a piece of artwork. It's art. Should it be censored? Should it not? Draw your own conclusions, right? But it's worth a watch. It is not. I'll just say this though. I agree that it is not a well-made film. It's not a cinematic triumph, but the message in the film is much bigger than the film itself. So whether you agree, disagree, I think it's worth a look. But
and if they'd
yeah,
if they'd flip that around so they'd change the characters, it wouldn't have been banned, and that's how you know it's political correctness. Or
and it would have
censorship.
probably been fatigued. Also, skip the movie I saw, The Channel. It jumps the shark when they start killing cops like it's no big deal, like they're fucking ants. Those are the good guys. Fuck that movie. So anyway, we have like only one Star Trek episode left to discuss. Really, is These Are the Voyages shows up as an appendix to TNG more than Enterprise, because the entire episode takes place in the holodeck of the Enterprise D. And I write this one off as a choose your own holo novel where anything can happen that Archer is experiencing more than living the log tapes. And like, there's going to be a mention in the first episode, probably of Star Trek United, where they're going to say, there's even fanfic holo novels about it, Captain.
Yep.
There's a lot of weird even one where I die, the implications. I think everything that happens in that can be looked at as, and RR did improve it by saying that if Rita died, it would make more sense. That's true. And he wouldn't be as critical to the show continuing. We need Colin Contronier to continue in Enterprise. And so, like, looking back on the show as a whole, this is a fine addition to the Enterprise, catalog. And I would easily place this one above Voyager. And I know this is an unpopular take, but I would place it above Deep Space Nine and next to, if not slightly above, TNG, with TOS as the best. I think that this show has less episodes than TNG, but it doesn't have that season 1 and 2 slowness, where even though those episodes can be great, you don't have like slow episodes. There's not a lot of pacing problem episodes. Their season 2 isn't great, but there's a lot of really good episodes in it. It seems to be order of episodes and other things that killed that season 2. I think that it bats for the highest average of any show not called TOS per episode. I think that it hits for both power and, reliability. I think that most episodes get on base. I think that it's strongly rooted in sci-fi. I think that there's a strong homage to sci-fi paid in almost every single episode, despite the eating and other annoying little quirks that don't ruin any show and kind of make it fun to wait for. I thought that their transformation from wild-eyed explorers into, these veteran spacemen and women, these veteran spacefarers, was absolutely incredible. And, the reason we watch Star Trek, and even an episode that some of us didn't like Bound, every woman was beautiful and 7/8 naked. That's part of Star Trek. I don't care. Beautiful women 7/8 naked is part of Star Trek. All right. We got to see that. And we the captain's pretty ripped too. He was shirtless enough. So we had something for everybody on this one. This was a Star Trek show for the whole family, but maybe not to be watched alone by kids every single episode. But this could be called fun for the whole family, thought-provoking, interesting, accomplishing all Star Trek goals, but with a different outlook. Guys, talk about this one. I was excited.
You were excited about These Are the Voyages?
No, the series.
The show
every week, looking back.
The series ranks.
Yeah, forget about These Are the Voyages. There's one good minute in that when they play Archer's theme and DePaul says, "You look very heroic," and he walks out on stage. But then we go right back to, I wrote off These Are the Voyages as a bad addendum to TNG that hurts Pegasus. That should be ignored.
As a series, I would say that it benefits from not having some of the lows that, and I know this is going to be sacrilege, but some of the lows that even the original series has, like some of the absolute dog shit episodes in the original
Like
series,
Alternative Factor.
and in TNG, it doesn't have some of the lows. Like there's a lot of DX9 that's fucking filler too. Pardon my language, sorry. But it doesn't have the absolute lows, but it doesn't quite reach some of the high highs. Like you haven't quite got a Measure of the Man episode in there or Chain of Command. Some of those heights that TOS and TNG hit, and in the Pale Moonlight for DS9, right? Forget Voyager. But some of those high heights, it doesn't quite hit. It gets close, but doesn't quite hit. So I would say your analogy is correct. It has a better batting average. But not some of the peaks and not some of the troughs. And that's
I wonder
how I
if
sum it
they
up.
were told, you know what, we saw what happened when you tried to redo things that only Patrick Stewart's character could do with Gene Roddenberry's writing, setting him up for that. We don't have a guy with a Picard voice to give Picard speeches and moralize. We want a more two-fisted, action-oriented Captain Kirk like captain. And you know what? I was a lot happier to hear, go to hell. Like maybe delivered questionably by Archer before they killed Duras and his crew of douchebags, than I would be to hear it's like, now, Duras, I should like to offer you some alternatives to the course of action you're now taking. As you can see, your sky. Like, I didn't need some fucking lesson in diplomacy.
Picard would have slapped his.
Hang on.
Picard would have slapped him in the face with a white glove. Like,
hang on. The line must be drawn here, this far, no further.
A line that he says after a woman sets him straight.
Actually, sets him straight after that, but like his delivery.
Yeah, he's having his little tantrum. Then we get the greatest
You
line.
broke your tiny ship.
Yeah, the best line in Worst Contact. You broke your little ships.
Yeah.
When you've got a movie about TNG that gets stolen by the guy who owned Babe. Your fucking movie, and that's your best TNG movie? Go ahead. Sorry.
I still like First Contact a lot, but
it's watchable. It's watchable.
But yeah,
but that plot falls apart.
Stop being so logical.
Badly.
I hate it when you're logical. Yeah.
I don't like the actress they had for Lily. The actress I did not think was a great fit for the Lily role. Not that she was a bad actress, it just wasn't well cast.
Alfred Woods, what was her name?
Yeah,
Alfred
Wood.
Yeah.
Whatever her name happened to have been, I don't think it meshed well. She and Patrick Stewart did not really seem to do well together on the big screen.
Movie where her children were some sort of troublemakers. I forget the name of the movie.
Sure, but they would have been just as wrong to cast like Ryan Gosling in the role. I mean, come on, when you get it wrong, it's just wrong. It's not that they're a bad talent. She didn't work with Patrick Stewart, and so that whole interaction with them for like an hour of the film just seems to be kind of dim.
Not only that, but bringing it back to Enterprise, Scott Bakula has absolutely zero Patrick Stewart energy. Zero. He is such the inverse of Patrick Stewart. Like he would have come back from that mission and talked to Jellicoe, and he's like, I see you talked to Paul about wearing a formal uniform on the bridge. Fuck you. I live for that catsuit. I spend 19 hours a day at that bridge. I go into my cabin to pet my dog, watch water polo, rub one out thinking about what I saw, and go to sleep.
Well,
cool.
I think you're conflating Patrick Stewart, the human being outside of Star Trek, with Picard, the character. That's all I'll say about that.
I was just still disturbed with what was described going on in his quarters. So I don't know how to respond yet.
Yeah, fair play.
I saw the episode Tin Man recently, and one of the Romulan ships messes up its engines to get there faster.
Mm-hmm.
It takes 3 or 4 shots at the Enterprise to get closer to Tin Man first. And Picard doesn't even give a command. And I'm just like, it was only because of the show Picard where I was like, you effing pussy. You know, I was like retroactively angry at him. He has really messed it up. Like, I will agree with what RR said, but you know what? For a handful of filthy lucre from Alex Kurtzman, he did it to me. Patrick Stewart,
Picard 1 and
retroactively.
2's, it's unforgivable, that.
Think about this. Alex Kurtzman went after Shatner and Roddenberry, and it failed. With Patrick Stewart, he retroactively went after the 17-year-old in me who loved Captain Picard, and he cut out its heart, and he shoved it down my throat and rolled me down the steps like I was in Star Trek Apocalypto. This was one of the worst, character assassinations by the actor playing it ever. We don't have like 30 bad episodes of Star Trek with William Shatner playing like himself as a robot upload of himself who's a dick. You know?
Yeah.
Whose fault is it?
Well,
I'll admit that we live in a world that we are in.
Isn't real Star Trek, so it's just like Peter Weller.
No, but I don't think I'm going to get over the knock-on effect of seeing like dishonorable, super old Worf killing people for fun, or like loser Raffi smoking pot,
heavy drug usage.
Yeah,
heavy drug usage.
Druggy Raffi telling Picard what to do, then turning Mother Hen, then turning back into a druggie, and just because she lived next to Sanchez Stone or whatever that place is that they show the Star Trek where he fights the Gorn Vasquez Villa or whatever, Montalban Mountain. Like, I don't care that she had a trailer there. I don't fucking care that she lives near like Robertson's Rock. The whole thing sucked. James Franco only cut his fucking foot off to get away from something that bad. I mean, I would do the same goddamn thing. Or was it his hand? Whatever it was in that dumb movie. The problem with TNG is Patrick Stewart's fault. I'm not taking any blame for him destroying the episodes. He took good money to go make sure that I felt that way, and I'm suffering through the end of what they did so that the Ellison's memory hole or Star Trek will be forever destroyed. Anyone seeing them will never be able to enjoy Next Generation again. Fuck you, Patrick Stewart, for ruining my enjoyment of the Next Generation for all time, and fuck you for making me hate you when you make those stupid speeches about not being aggressive. Now all I think is, Riker, take out your phaser and take out this goddamn future robot. He's a fucking loser idiot. You have to kill Picard. We demean Picard over and over and over, showing these change of command situations where he handles computer control. And then when Amanda Plummer comes on the ship to take over the ship, she just sits down in the chair and the ship listens to her. So it's just so guys can humiliate themselves. Like, if you have testicles and you sit in the chair, it won't listen to you. It's got a testicle sensor. That's why that trans chick took over the Enterprise so easily on Pike. The fuck out of here. All right, rant over.
Break out the Corbinites.
We're getting to Sean's favorite part of the song where the ominous German song gets mixed in.
Sorry, I was a little late with the music. But
that was fine.
We got it.
I extended the rant just a little bit, but it was for real because I have that much frustration. All right. So get back on the Enterprise series. I put it as second only to TOS. I think it's a better show episode by episode than TNG. There's a lot more TNG episodes, so there's a lot of great TNG episodes. There's more TNG episodes with a very light presence from Picard than there are Enterprise episodes total. All right? Let's start talking about how Jellicoe was right about how like Riker was complacent and should have left the Enterprise and commanded his own ship. He picked up bad, complacent habits about how to be like a future robot from fucking Picard.
Hashtag Jellicoe is right.
Jellicoe did nothing wrong. I prefer if certain formality on the bridge.
Admiral,
they killed off Shelby in that stupid new. Well,
oh, I know.
They said she's not dead. That's why I'm saying please don't bring Terry Metalis onto the new team unless you deprogram him. He's like, oh no, she's not dead. We can bring her back. It's like we saw her body disappearing as she got hit point blank by 2 phasers.
What?
Yeah, like he's on drugs. When he said that Michelle Forbes character was alive, I'm like, well, we all knew you were going to try to pull that one. She also did Keiko up her. She also refused to let her put the Vajoran ridge on her fucking forehead. It's like only there sometimes. That was such bad Star Trek. Right. 3 was better, but not good. And to those who say that Robert Meyer Burnett is a great Star Trek guy, I will agree. Honestly, I really will. And, congratulations, Mark. He's the second greatest Star Trek mind you got to be on with this week. You're on with me and Robert Meyer Burnett. So few people can say that. But
very true.
Robert Meyer Burnett said that Picard should be called an admiral. And I said, why should he have anything but the right to vote in 17 more years? He's a brand new creature sourced off of Picard. He didn't go to the Starfleet Academy, and he's not really Picard. He's a file in a robot. And he goes, because the Federation has 100-year track record of successful robots. And I said, successful robots like Lore and Roger Corby and Andrea and Brown. And
Andrea was awesome.
Well, he came back at me, and at that point, I dropped out of the conversation because I was like, he's on so many big shows, and like he was being antagonized on by some people from some socialist country that I can't stand, and I'm not going to get to some big fight with Robert Meyer Burnett after I made my point. Like, no one can read that tweet where I said, reliable robots for the last 100 years, reliable like Lore, Roger Corby, Andrea, and Brown, who were all homicidal maniacs, right? So,
no, Mud's women.
Well, I destroyed his point, but like, you know what? I have aspirations in the future where I don't want to go trashing Robert Meyer Burnett too much, but his justification for Picard 3 is suspect, okay? And I stopped fighting with him right then and there to keep it from getting nasty too. And I think that's what got me on Doomcock because he felt I was picked on. Doomcock I want to thank Doomcock for that one really quick because he had me on and he said he felt that I got picked on by him, and he was using his clout to fucking push me around and try to get at Doomcock. And I wasn't taking the bait and getting into a fight and getting caught between 2 big creators. I had like 200 subs.
Though. But here's the thing.
There's no debate. The Federation does not have 100-year history of successful robots. It's a closed discussion. It's like, what successful robots? All the robots on Mars and Star Trek kill off the people. Then the Romulans attack, and that doesn't get explained. But you're calling that good, by the way. Then we have B4, who's a freaking retard. Okay, fucking idiot. Then the robot that kills all the people on Mars is called F8. Oh my God, the symbolism. I was watching such great fucking television here. Then before that, the robot is B4 is a retard. Then we have like Data works out, but we got to work on him, and he goes bizarro and takes control of the ship like 9 times. Like, let's face it, Maddox was kind of right about the way like Data's acting until we sort of fix him up a little bit, give him an emotion chip, and get him under control. Yes,
I think Sean was.
Don't forget about Nomad. Phantom Outsider brings up a good point. There's also Voyager, Nomad.
V'ger.
Thank you, V'ger. So, like, I mean, I respect Robert Meyer Burnett, and obviously Mark. I mean, it must have been great. Thank God you had the practice of being on with people like me. And when you saw Robert Meyer Burnett, and I want to congratulate you that your name made it into the title of that show and his didn't. Because let's face it, you're the bigger draw.
Well, and then when we ended, he said he'd love the Trek show with me. So yeah, I gotta reach out to him and.
Can I be on that one so that I can like live down my tweet? I promise. I'll be just like I was on Lance's show.
Yeah. But I think Sean was going to make another point about being able to debate things, right, Sean?
Yeah. What I was saying was, you didn't have to step away from that. You could have just stood your ground and debated him, and you didn't have to back away and make it an argument. You say, no, here's what I'm thinking, and here's why.
What if I said that he was becoming bellicose?
Well, then
that's different.
Then that's a different thing.
And I didn't want to go toe to toe and get 5,000 haters right away, which turns out to probably have been a mistake. But here's the thing: now I'm not banned from open bar because Robert Barber. That hits me.
Well, bellicose invented Magnum PI. So I mean, God, you'd be in great company. Oh, wait a minute, no.
But there was one thing. Why
I'm not saying I'm
right.
never going to be on that show, but maybe like I'd like the possibility that I wouldn't be banned from it. You know.
Well, let me tell you why you were right, because his argument is that the Picard robot should be called Admiral. It's like, no, that robot didn't have Picard's consciousness. It wasn't like
it was an upload of it was
transferred into the robot. It was a copy. It was a facsimile.
I called it an AI ghost.
Yeah,
I called it an AI ghost in a robot body.
That robot did not have the experiences that Picard did. It was a facsimile of memory. So
he got nasty on my comeback. I said, "What's the difference between that thing and C3PO?" Both are cowardly and uncomfortable in space. That's what I said.
It's just
I said they're both British cowards who are uncomfortable in space. What's the difference between Picard and C3PO?
Yeah, well, it's just like Roger Corby was not Roger Corby anymore. It was not his consciousness that it was in there. He was a robot of him. So
that alien tech was better, though. There were chunks of his consciousness in there, enough to let him and Andrea do what they did because it was right. What Roger Corby did as a robot was correct. He knew that he was no longer. He didn't want to go on that way. There was enough Corby left to not want to go on that way.
No, there wasn't, because he said when he created the Kirk copy, he goes, "I just made a direct copy of you. It's not transferring the consciousness in there. He made an actual copy."
But the thing was, he was proven to have been in error because he didn't transfer enough of the consciousness because the morality didn't go with it.
No, but there's no transfer of consciousness in what our little girl's made of. He says, "I made a copy of you that acts just like you."
He said if he kept going, he could have transferred his consciousness, though.
But he didn't.
So that's what happened to Corby. The consciousness gets transferred, but he's either too fucked up from the snow, and he's already mad.
I think he was just a copy of himself.
Who do you think pulls the trigger on the phase pistol there, Andrea or Corby? They do it together. You can't really tell. He looks like he pushes his finger over hers.
They loved each other before, and
he looks like he shoves his thumb down on top of her.
Mad at him for that? Like, what do you expect of me?
It's like, what if it looked like her? Would that have made it okay? It's just like you, except she does all the weird shit that you refused.
Lads, I've got to love you and leave you. Thanks again for having me on.
Yeah,
and I'm glad I got
to.
I'm glad I got to. Then I got to hear an epic rant. Rant by Teague there.
Will you call us before 3 days?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Hey, everyone, check out Sean's channel, and his model of the Reliant is taking shape bit by bit. It looks magnificent, and
thank you.
Subscribe to JT and Mark's channel, and of course, come back for the epic Admiral Teague follow-ups this week, which I'm sure will make complete sense. Be completely
this
logical.
week is going to be Pat. Well, this week, the talk show will be batshit, but yeah, we'll have Patton on Saturday.
All right. God bless, boys. Take care. Love, long, and prosper, everyone.
Take care.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
Yeah, I promise to crazy the morning of the talk show, just like I do every other day. There'll be no drop off in insanity. Jerm, if he was here, could vouch for it. Like, I just bring my A game as a total nut job every week. And some of the stories we've looked into, like, we had that trans lady who was like explaining how trans surgery works by cutting up food at Disneyland on our show one week. We get no F's were given. But Enterprise,
I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, what?
What are they chopping?
All right, let's have a final thought from everybody. I think that this show was a great show, and that it bodes well for what would be in effect something of a fifth season. I think that there's enough here for another Star Trek show. I think Star Trek United would be a great addition to the Star Trek catalog. And I would hope that Mike Sussman gets a chance to be the TV end of Star Trek, because he's shown that he could really entertain us with his Star Trek. He was a legitimate Star Trek creator. 70 of 98 episodes. There aren't 28 terrible ones to break up his run. If he's responsible for every other, like everyone we don't like, there still aren't that many bad ones.
Yep.
Are you mute? Is anyone muted?
No. We're waiting. I'm just being,
Oh yeah, no, go ahead then.
All right,
I'm not calling on anybody. I'm being anarchistic.
We're being good guests and not like No,
I'm sorry. I'm being a bad host.
No, you're not. But just we're all professionals here, right?
You're just a bad person. I'm just kidding.
But good thing he muted.
There's a whole fucking channel dedicated to that people can go listen to. All right, that's all I'm gonna say.
But
the other channel that used to be dedicated to it does other shit now. I'm being serious. Like the second hater channel went back to normal stuff. It was weird.
Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
Mark, go for it.
Yeah, well, I just love this series, and I was really sad when it ended again. And I think I hadn't watched some of these episodes, or maybe forgot them. Memory banks are not what they once were. I mean, I forgot the name of the Reliant last night. I called it the Intrepid because when Sean was in my chat, I'm like, "Oh, what an amazing job!" Sometimes you. So I'm like it's like, could you brainwipe me so I could watch TOS again and experience for the first time? And I felt the same way about Star Trek Enterprise. Yes, it's not as good as TOS. Nothing can be, but they really did a great job and got a lot closer. Initially, I was really skeptical about it. And, back then I was getting that Star Trek Communicator, fan newsletter each month, reading all about it. And TNG was going, we'd had TNG, we had DS9, and you had Voyager. So you had tons of Trek. And, they claim it was Star Trek fatigue, really. And I think it was just... they should have gotten another season. We should have got that NX-01 refit, that glorious model Doug Drexler built, and T'Pol is really a surprise.
Great show, Picard.
Yeah, we did finally. Yeah. And T'Pol is, I remember my friends at the time were, oh, look who they're gonna have a really sexy Vulcan, Mark. They're making fun of, now we know we're even gonna watch the show too. As a joke, but her acting was really damn good in it. I mean, she looks fine, and she's a very fine actress. And
next week we're watching all her commercials back to back instead of a show,
right?
She's in a bikini in like half of them.
Yeah, Trip, is a standout character too. You can't just have Archer be a great character. Hoshi, of course. I think Merriweather's probably the weakest of the bunch. You probably, and maybe a lot of it's just the story. Maybe it's like the Harry Kim victim. When you got a lot of crew members, and he just doesn't get a lot to do. But I just really love this, and it was sad to see it end so early. And we never got the proper action figures, but at least we're going to get Hoshi, not in the
Mirror Archer.
Yeah, Mirror Archer. We got Mirror Archer. And we got some nacelle characters coming out. Let me.
Well, you grab those. Let's just get final thoughts from JT. Wrap up your final thought and show us the paraphernalia. I'm begging you.
No, I didn't. I don't have. Anyway. I thought I had it, but I thought. Well, the nacelle characters. We're gonna get Hoshi eventually, but we'll get the proper because they just had her in the spacesuit.
I have an inflatable life-size Hoshi collectible. That's
if I tell her that, she's going to withdraw that cameo. But
exactly.
I'm sure everyone who's watching this show, with us now has watched Enterprise, I'm assuming. But if the chance you haven't, make sure you do. And you really got some great. There's some great Star Trek in this. And the relationship between Archer and T'Pol is well done. And, of course, we got that damn stinker at the final, the final episode. The heart was in the right place. And
the best thing about it's the worst thing about it is easily ignored. It's so flimsily thrown together.
You can watch Terra Prime and you don't miss anything.
And the other thing too, the song, the controversial theme song, I think they should have just left it the same speed. I think it's actually worse when they try to speed it up in later episodes.
It's not faster. It's just added percussion, and the percussion is going double time. It's out of key. It's out of time with the rest of the song. They didn't re-record. They didn't re-record it. They layered shit on.
Oh, that's what it is. Because it just, I like it. I mean, I like the beginning. You know, Star Trek traditionally doesn't have a words to, but the words are decent. You know, maybe they could have gotten Rod Stewart to sing the song, but I think they make it worse in later seasons.
On the final episode, they actually on Paramount Plus, it's now Archer's theme is the theme song of the final episode too. Not These Are the Voyages either. Terra Prime.
Archer's
it's the theme
theme,
song of Terra Prime. What happens is in the middle of Terra Prime, instead of the episode ending, they play Archer's theme and a second beginning.
Is it during the credits, opening credits?
It's during the opening credits. Instead of getting Faith of the Heart again, the second part of Terra Prime is not like any other Star Trek episode or Star Trek two-parter ever. What happens is they go previously on Star Trek Enterprise and they show everything that happened, but then the final scene where John Frederick Paxton is on the telescreen and he's making his threats and promises. It never says skip. You can't skip. It's not there. You can't do anything. And then he continues his speech and Archer continues, and the scene just simply continues right out of the previously on. So the previously on is part of the episode that cannot be taken out so that you'll never be confused watching it. And so hopefully people never break it up because it's just melded together. It's interwoven perfectly. And then the second stinger happens. And instead of a second credit sequence, that's exactly the same. It's the same credit sequence, but Archer's theme, which was a cool difference. All right, JT, your turn.
Yeah. So when I look back on this entire show, and I think, in some ways it, obviously TOS is number one. Where do I rank it around the neighborhood? Better than TNG in some places, weaker in others. I can't help but think that it would have been solidly number two if they had gotten 5, 6, 7 seasons. And they had enough idea and enough runway and distance between it and TOS where they could have told another 3 seasons easily.
I agree.
And the way that they had proven.
We might get them.
Mm-hmm. Sorry? Oh, you said we might get
just
them.
might get them.
I would, when I look at that, I think, they did a fairly good job at not breaking canon too much. And I know people will say, well, what about the Klingons? What about the Romulans? This and that. I still think they were able to tell their stories self-contained enough to not do damage to a wider area. And that's really tough when you do a prequel. So the fact that they ended it there, I think, was due to some corporate reasons that were really unfair to the show, and mistakes by that entity that had control over Star Trek at that point, which is why, then further mistakes of New Trek, and we've been living
corporation that was looking to downsize and sell itself off,
and get out of
science
a man fiction.
Who died before the deal was done. And we've just been this is the least confused things have ever been. Here's the deal, guys. Like, it's one more swirly before the end of Kurtzman Trek, and then it's all over. I had the last word all year. This time we'll give the last word to Sean. But first, we're going to go to what we sometimes frequently forget, but YouTube always, thank God, gives us credit for throwing, is our channel poll. We're going to end it right now, so vote if you have, and here it goes. Okay, which do you prefer? Enterprise, Season 3, the Xindi arc, 32%. Enterprise, Season 4, Enterprise, Season 3, the Xindi arc, 32%. Enterprise, Season 4, the 2 and 3 part stories, 32%. Like poll, see results, 35%. So you guys like us more than anything else. We love you. We thank you. You're all wonderful people. That was an incredible poll. I think we end it right there. Like a true tie between two truly different, truly experimental seasons. We had a huge amount of votes. There were 34 votes counted. Now, there was I now see there are huge dumps of votes coming in at the end for season 1, which was not on the poll. So we know there's chicanery going on.
Are they coming in off the West Coast? It kind of feels
what happened is the votes went to the counting center in Chicago. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
They were all mailed in last week, so it takes another 2 weeks.
So what we'll do is that's what the audience had to say. Sean, you go, and then you segue us into looking ahead towards Star Trek United.
Yeah. So I really love this series, and I'm so glad that we've taken the time to look at it again, and that we decided to start with this. And I'm looking forward to all the rest. But I think we've all said it one way or another. There's fewer stinkers in this series than aside from TOS than any others. It hits for a better average. I loved what Welshie said, where, the peak of Enterprise is not as good as the peak of TNG. He's definitely right about that, but it comes close in a few spots.
They warned him not
really close.
The quick question: do you feel they were warned to stay away from that? It's like it don't get preachy.
No, I don't think they had time to be preachy, because the humans, the whole premise of the story is they didn't have the moral high ground to stand on and say, we have all this experience, we have all this knowledge, we have all this wisdom that we've accumulated. They're just baby steps, and they know it. So I don't think they could be preachy. Maybe they could have been preachy with other civilizations telling the humans what to think, and maybe the Vulcans are a little bit of that. About the Prime Directive is a good example. The Vulcans' wisdom with that is, it's not something humans came up with. The Vulcans taught us that. So maybe it could get a little preachy there, but it's a great series. There's very few episodes in this that I would skip. I can tell you there's probably 30 or 40 episodes of TNG. When I'm going through and rewatching, I skip.
Yeah, I can skip
there's just some. Yeah. I'm not watching that. I know a lot of people do a rewatch every year of every episode. I can't. I don't know how you can do that. There's just some that are. I no. No.
Yeah. There's some unforgivably bad episodes of a couple of other franchises.
Yeah,
this show has the least amount. This show just has a handful of contemptible episodes.
Very few, and they're still somewhat watchable. But the TNG stinkers, I don't care.
Sub Rosa.
Sub Rosa.
Where are you?
There's that one.
I give Voyager credit for bringing back failed but funny Star Trek. Like when the episode totally fails, but it's funny enough to stay with it because it failed all the right ways. Like, oh my God, they're lungfish.
Yeah, here's the thing. There's some silly stuff in Voyager, but they were trying to create good science fiction. You can feel the honest effort of science fiction behind it. Almost every Voyager episode. Almost every one, they tried to create some good science fiction. They failed a lot.
I agree.
I attribute it to Voyager was a bunch of students of Michelangelo. He was out of the studio one day, and they used his tools. And sometimes they made some good stuff, and other times they didn't. But the tools were there.
I would say the most puzzling and most illustrative of what you're saying is the episode "Living Witness."
Yeah,
it is. Oh, I'm sorry. Distant Origin. Distant Origin is almost brilliant, but there's so many cornball moments where you're laughing out loud, and then all of a sudden it drags you back in because it's just scientific enough.
Yeah,
and then you're laughing out loud again, and so
it's
very
much fails in the way that DC fails.
Yeah, but it doesn't fail, but it does. Like it makes you think, it makes you feel something, it makes you understand. It's exciting in certain ways, and like you have to blow off the fact that Janeway probably never went back for the guy's body or gave a fuck. She's just an insane bitch. But whatever.
She was written by various people, and they didn't have consistency there. But
She was consistently stellar in her performance and delivery. It's just that she had a bad character in a lot of ways. We'll get there.
Yeah,
we have 15
Get
years.
there. There's so much good, but there's a lot of episodes of Voyager I adore.
It brought back fun, bad Star Trek, which
it did.
Deep Space Nine
it made fun of itself.
Dreadful bad Star Trek. The bad
Voyager,
Star Trek on Deep Space Nine was dreadful.
Yeah, Voyager never seemed to take itself too seriously.
Exactly.
Sometimes a little bit, but anyway. You asked about the prospects of United.
United.
I am crossing every finger and toe, you guys. I mean, we had Sussman here, which was such an honor. I don't know, maybe he's lurked around a little bit before, but it was such an honor. And if anyone out there is listening, please.
We got to thank him. That was something.
Go to Admiral Teague's page, repost #Saving Star Trek, Star Trek United. Let's
#Bacula. Everything, single thing we can.
Keep pushing.
Let's push that one. Thank you.
There's so much more story to tell. We want to see how everyone really ended up. We want to get that tie of the bow and a proper lead into the TOS era.
And an erasure of we need reckoning and restoration on the final frontier. We can reckon everything with a reckoning and bringing back Enterprise. We erase the Kurtzman Trek, and then we restore the original continuity. These are the watchwords of the Trek Guardians. Trek United will bring us reckoning and restoration on the final frontier.
Yeah, United would do two things. It would tie the proper bow on Enterprise, and it would also acknowledge a fresh start to the fans. It's a symbolic reboot without doing a reboot, because they could do United and go right into something after Nemesis. It
need not affect the movies either. That's another thing.
Yeah, they don't have to reboot it. Yeah, they could just acknowledge it.
I might be the one that's maybe the least enthusiastic here for another sequel to the prequel to the original type of thing, and I want something out in the future. I would give probably a 5-figure sum if we were able to get Tucker, T'Pol, and Archer in a room, and Tucker says something emotional about, dilithium makes my heart sad or something like this. And T'Pol says, Trip, dilithium can't respond to human feelings.
Yeah, right.
And that just totally nukes the burn. It totally nukes all of Kurtzman. It just in one line, it totally wipes it away.
I always thought it would be a bad holodeck program on at Quark's. It's like, Quark, I told you to stop running this Cardassian Piran. All right, guys.
Admiral, I'm sorry. I have one more little point to respond to JT. I agree with you. We don't need a sequel to the prequel and stuff, but I think a United project just to wrap it up. It doesn't have to be an ongoing series. They can say we're doing a 2-part series, a 5-part miniseries. We're going to wrap it up, get it out. It can be its own entity, and I don't see that as damaging. I just hope we get it.
Yeah,
I hope we get it. Sussman,
sure.
Michael Sussman is only 51 years old. You guys.
Here's he's you know what the main reason I wish we have it.
20 years. We could have him for 20 years doing Star Trek.
How about this? Every quarter, every season, we get a 90-minute Star Trek movie, 3 episodes, right? Just keep it coming out, and these guys are uniquely gifted for it. And you know what? This is the biggest reason I want Star Trek United. it would reestablish the original continuity. And then we would be in territory where we would have much more fertile storytelling and a much more developed, bigger universe with more going on and just a more exciting universe than the Kelvin or the New Trek universe. Those universes suck.
Well, I'll tell you, I've said this idea before. I think it would be a really great multi-year project where you do a little 5-part miniseries for each Star Trek era. You start with United. You do
a retrospective would be great.
5-part miniseries of another ship in the TOS era, another retrospective of the Enterprise B era, the Enterprise C era.
Do a retrospective of the 1701 by using TAS. You could use TAS for 1701.
A story that spans all of those years with multiple ships that have subtle threads between them. Like there was a game, Star Trek Legacy, where you start with Archer's ship, the NX-01, and it goes all the way through to Picard, and there's an overarching story that threads all of it together. They could do something like that. That would be cool. And it's not a prequel. It's just let's see some stories in these timelines. I think that would be fun. And then pick it up. Anyway, yeah.
So I think we all stand united behind the fact that we have a desire to see Star Trek United. It's legally a great idea. The stories, I think we all love these characters. We would take another round. Various levels of enthusiasm, but for the most part, the panel has high level enthusiasm for this. Join us next week at 9:30 for Patton, the movie event, and then after that, we'll do the Cage, and we'll be on to the Man Trap and TOS. So I think we're all for the 4th of July 250. What could be better than Patton? George Patton's reincarnation, will host the show. There he is, Lego Patton. He has a film
Lego
company.
Patton. Oh, my new web camera is working.
Oh, very
really well.
nice.
Yeah, it looks great. I love it.
I just got a new webcam that I got to recommend to everyone. But wow,
that is so cool.
Join us next week. We're not breaking from the Jerry Goldsmith theme. We're gonna have a Jerry Goldsmith movie. This is a Jerry Goldsmith movie interpretation channel. No, I'm kidding. Every Saturday night for Star Trek. Next week for USA 250, the panel's going to stretch out and do Patton because we don't know there's be all that many people around. So we're looking very much forward to doing Star Trek. Sean has a great project out.
I didn't mean to put that up now. I was waiting.
We're getting out of here, so pitch it.
Okay, guys, right here. This is actually the thumbnail of my most recent videos. It's probably my favorite thumbnail I've ever made. I think it's pretty cool. I'm building the Reliant, so go check me out, the sci-fi model guy right there, and watch me build this damn thing.
The Intrepid.
Excellent.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Mark, thumbnail.
Awesome.
What are you doing this week?
Oh, we got Sunday Night Geekery. We got Geekery. We got Toy of the Week. We're talking Supergirl, the awesome movie. Here's my Supergirl, Matrix, Carol Danvers version of Supergirl.
There we go.
So I got I even got the mug here too, or and they didn't bother to.
You got the fleshlight.
Yeah, the fleshlight.
Obscene.
They
right.
What were they
don't
thinking?
show it too much.
They didn't paint
show it too much.
That botched circumcision cup.
Is that what everyone's saying? I heard there's a controversy about the cup. Is that true, or is that?
It does look like an uncircled. Yeah, it's weird as hell.
Look at that.
Yeah, they didn't paint
This cup is less horrible. Why does she wear a coat? Why does she wear a coat? All right, so there you saw it, guys. The Supergirl cups that nobody wants. One day, Mark will be able to buy a house on that.
Item. It's going to be a collector's item now, I guess. Is this? There's a
I
really
hear they're being filled with Admiral Holdos and dumped into the sea. All right. So Sean has a project coming out. Check his channel. Check out Mark tomorrow night. And we love you all. You're the best. Let's see if we have anything going on out there. Reed, thank you. How European? Yeah, right. Exactly. They were. Are we doing the Cage the same night as Patton? A week after? The week after, we're doing Patton. It's a 4-hour movie. We're trying to do it in a couple hours. We went long on at the end of this. Yes, he's the most. We thought that like he was an actor who did a great job playing a dark version of himself, tempted by the dark side. It turns out he just was a great actor playing a person who wasn't twisted and evil and crazy and spouting nuts shit. If we had it all to do over again, Mark Hamill would play the Emperor. What can I tell you? He'd do a great voice. I have no doubt he'd do a fantastic job. We love you all. Wow.
Yeah,
what
thank
an
you, chat.
incredible journey.
Great interaction tonight. You guys were lively.
We have
fun interacting with you guys.
A long time ago, Mark was there. You guys started this journey through every episode and every iteration of Star Trek. You have made it to the end. We are the Trek Guardians. We were every step of the way. We were, some of us were part of the crew. Then, finished the way it finished. The adventure continues. We will always, this community will always protect the final frontier. Long live Star Trek. Long live Gene Roddenberry. And you know what? We'll be back next week with Patton for USA 250. Everybody have a safe and awesome week. Yes. So say we all. Everyone have a safe 4th of July. Be careful with all the kaboom boom stuff. Don't do anything dumb. Remember John Pierre Paul? Don't be like him. Yeah. You don't want to be the John Pierre Paul of data entry. He wouldn't have had so much success doing that. We love you all. Let me just see who we had through. We had a bunch of people. I want to thank the Trek Reviewer. I want to thank Trucker Martin. Also, Ariel Ballet, Gavin, Jamie Lynn. I didn't see. I'm sorry. Miskatonic, John the Beagle Dad, Buddy, Mark, Tetrarch of Apathy, Phantom Outsider, Lemon Pie Citrus, Cal-El, RJ Godzilla, Sean, JT, The Dead Man, and Radioactive. Guys, it's been awesome. Thank you. You guys have done so much more than me, like Don Sebastian. We bought the ship home. We bought it home. We bought it to Bastogne.
Yeah.
For lack of a we fired up our beautiful clean steam drive with beautiful clean coal. And we made it. You guys watched every episode of Star Trek, and now we're going to try them all my way. All right. We love you all. We've got Patton next week, then The Cage, then The Man Trap. We're going to keep it in chronological order. That's turns out to be our thing. Occasional tangents, and about once a month, we're going to do Military Monday. That's the best way to do it. Okay, here they are.
Insufficient sensor data. Incorrect.
10 fucking grueling hours.
Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen, and she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
A Terran who doesn't know the rules.
Sir, we have to take orders.
Well, we'll see to it that he learns them. What's your designation?
Sir, could you give us a name?
Bashir, Julian.
Sir, my name is Razor. Sir!
Is that a joke?
Sir, would you please sign this order?
No jokes.
Sir!